Desmond, you know we can't subscribe to Leon yet.
No one can, ever.
Yeah, but I'm getting first.
What the fuck?
Yeah,
I
we
was
know you're
drinking
good.
water.
Yes.
Help
I
me.
was gonna say, if Leon was able to subscribe to you, would already have been on it. Come on.
Okay.
You would have already been one of the first subscribed.
Good girl.
That doesn't work on me.
Damn it.
Yes, but this does. Ow. Don't hit me.
That we heard that. That sounded quite a bit. Mistress Cat, I would advise, as your butler, to not inflict violence upon your partner.
I try not to.
God damn it. You were right. You know what? I'm gonna say it one more time. You better hear it clearly now, alright? You better hear this clearly. Please, Ward Silver. There you go. You happy?
Hey, Milky Boy. Show me that tall uwu owo omo.
What did you come back to? Hold on, that was funny. Can I get the ooh? Captain? You were saucy that day. Good morning, everybody. How we all doing? Can I get that tall ooh woo oh whoa oh mo? Oh, Captain. Riser, you're precious. Oh dear. I'm trying to clean my glasses with my my glasses cleaner and oh boy. This is not working as intended. Oh dear. Okay, here we go. Also, don't mind the deeper than usual voice. I'm kind of husky right now. I woke up not very long ago. I did eat. You don't have to yell at me about that. I did eat, but my voice is practically in my fucking stomach at the moment. Oh, I see. Let me try that again. There you go. Desmond morning voice, yeah. Or should I say, Riza, you're such a good boy. Hee I can be violent with this voice. Or should I, oh yeah. Since I'm deep enough to actually do it right now. Odd. Thank you, Lilith. Yeah, my voice is literally in my chest right now. Oh, looks like I'll be going, no, Captain, please come back. I'm sorry. I have to bully you gently. I can't help it. Get back here. Hey, you're not off the clock. I keep killing Lobo. I'm sorry, buddy. Alright, my glasses are clean. They're now on my face. Pops out a sugar cube crate. Hello, Soggy, you little sweetheart. Plucks out of sugar crate. Gibbs sugar cube. Little baby. I mean, I wasn't thinking you were, but then you brought it up, and now I'm sus on you. And yes, it is Wednesday, my dudes. So we're doing some world building. Now last time I did this, we actually completed. Well, I say completed. Mostly I just mean we did enough to flesh it out enough. Oh, thank you, Lilith. I get to. Okay, you know what, Usagi? I believe you. How about that? Pata pata. No more cries. Got your good boy, Calypteriza. You're welcome. Nar. I woke up and chose violence this morning. Because my voice was huskier than usual. So I said violence. No, I don't need to send it to you. I can just say it. Or make Leon say it. Because Leon seems to get you a bit better. Don't know why, but he gets you. Probably because he's hot as fuck. Anyway. Oh, there it is. Ow! Hit my finger. I'm good. I was looking for my tablet holder. It was on the floor. But, yeah, last week I pretty much finished what I wanted to do for my race. And as much as I could do. Oh, Byron Hart. We love a brat here. Byron is indeed a brat. Now let me find my notepad. There it is. Alright, so we're gonna do this little hop on over here. Whee! Here we are. And we're also going to grab my Google Doc. So we can cover all of this very quickly. Alright, I got my conlang ready. So, like I said, last week I grabbed this. Oh, okay, there it goes. And this was my Dracovish species, my underlings. And bot is alive again. I got pinged just now. Ah, good. Yeah, I remember hearing that my Discord bot was pretty much dead. And I couldn't do anything about that because I don't own the bot. I don't really run the bot. I just use it for notification settings and nothing else. So if there was something wrong with it, I sadly could not do anything about that. But there we go. Here we have my underling species, and I went through everything that they do. I went through their eyes, their features, everything that makes up them. And I covered everything. Now, there are some things that I have not filled in, but that's okay. I don't need to fill in every single little piece about them. Another exemplary case of when ignoring the issue solves the problem. Hey, sometimes you got to. Where? Sorry about all the yawns there, folks. I am Shweeby. Alrighty, so let's find where I started the language. I believe it is here. It is here. So this I did a while back, which means I'm going to be going through it and probably trimming the fat, which means any ideas that I now do not like, I'm probably going to toss because I don't need it. And I feel like I'm going to be doing that with the IPA. I'm going to be gutting it. So let's look through here. And I'm also going to be showing you guys how to use, hey, my stickers, how to effectively use my constructed language template in order to, hello, Himiko, in order to make your own language. I know a lot of people were specifically curious about how to make a conlang, and I can go over it with you now. So what I normally do, I've made a template after months to years of rigorous study on how other people make languages. Yeah, conlang. We're here to make a conlang, Golden. Because I already made a race, and now I have to figure out how they talk. However, let me get a sippy real quick. Oh. I never got the chance to drink before streaming, so you don't have to pay for that. That was on me being dumb. Oh, thank you, Lobo. Anyway, you sweetheart. Alrighty. Oh. So the first rule I go over when making when making a constructed language, I'll bring this down. This is going to be my template for my underling language. So we're gonna call this the Trakovish language. Granted, like I said, I'm calling them underlings just because it's cute. They call themselves Trakovish, which is a word I was able to come up with because I figured out their stuff. So, when making a language, the first question I ask is, why am I making it? And for the most part, this question is easy to answer. I'm making it for a new culture that I created. Himiko! Yes, it's Himiko. So, for me, the language is... It's a language... The language is a construction for the purpose of the Trakovish culture. There we go. Why? Hey, it's a good question, though. Some people just want to go and make a language and not even know why. It's a good idea to just strap down why sometimes. Now, Tolkien did do this in reverse. J.R.R. Tolkien, the godfather of conlang making, well, that's not necessarily true. He didn't make the first conlang, but he did popularize the idea. I believe that title goes to Hildegard von Bingen. She created an angel god language to sing in because she felt like she was closer to God if she did that. Which, adorable, but, you know, I digress. Tolkien was the one that created a language first, and then he made his own people to go with it. And I find that really interesting. However, nowadays, especially since worldbuilding and worldbuilding, I heard that from a little birdie, you're making a conlang. Yes! I'm right here. I'm going over why people make conlangs, first and foremost, so that people get a better understanding. So, like I said, you can make the conlang first, but more often than not, people usually make the world first, especially since, like I said, D&D is very popular nowadays, as well as making your own worlds for your own books and comics and whatever else you're writing. People like to create their own worlds. Like I have. Yeah! So, it's perfectly okay. You don't have to go the Tolkien route. You don't have to make the entire language first. You can make the people first. I have a massive world and honestly need a conlang. That's completely valid. Aw. Well, welcome in, Shokin. Welcome in. If you are new here, I am Desmond Dracula, a vampire bat butler, also known as a battler. I go by he, him pronouns, and I like to draw, as well as world build on Wednesdays. I don't just do conlangs. I also play a variety of games, from RPGs to roguelikes, so stick around for that too. But yeah, the first thing I figure out why I'm doing it. And the reason I say that is because, yes, there are conlangs out there that are made for fantasy races and fantasy cultures, but there has also been languages that people have made specifically to try and bridge the gap between languages. Take Esperanto, for example. Esperanto sounds like a weird country in the back of nowhere's language, but it's actually a combination of Latin and a bit of Chinese, all these different languages rolled into one, with the extent purpose of this guy trying to make a common language for everyone to talk. Whoa, hello there. Thank you for the follow, Shogun. I hope you enjoy your stay in my bat cafe. Enjoy your tea or a coffee. The language which was meant to be universal. Yeah, it was meant to be universal, but human ingenuity is a hell of a thing. He butted heads a lot with people. He didn't want his language to be changed, even though a lot of people were like, this could look better, and he went, I don't care. So then people started splitting off and making offshoots of Esperanto. Yeah, it never really caught on. There are people out there speaking it, but it's not the popularity he wanted it to be. There are also, funnily enough, people out there natively speaking Klingon. There have been families that have raised their kids to speak Klingon as a second language. It's interesting, to say the least, but ever since mankind... Con, you brat. Okay, fine. I'll get back to the lecture whenever I get off the floor. I see. Con just wants me on my hands and knees. Rude. Ugh, alright. 1. Eek. 2. Eek. 3. Eek. 4. Eek. 5. Eek. 6. 7, eek, 8, eek, 9, eek, 10, eek. Oh, jeez. I don't know why. Number 8 is always when I just falter. You do look good on them. Yeah. Well, I will be here covering the basics on how to make a conlang for the next 4 hours. If I were to learn a fictional language as a second language, it'd be the language that Judon speaks in Doctor Who. Ooh. I've never really seen Doctor Who, but that sounds interesting. Alright, so once you have your purpose written down, which for our purpose is for our own fantasy culture, it's not an oxlang, which is the... yeah, it's Himiko Hellhound, my lovely friend. Then I like to go into the phonology. Now, for those of you who don't know what that means, phonology, or phone, is sounds that the language is comprised of. Sorry about that. Cod tired me out. Oh, snacky? Oh goodness, I didn't prepare one. I'll go grab this. Okay. Gib. Okay, I'm gonna pop a little icebreaker. Since I did just have a sandwich for lunch. Breakfast? Brunch. Oh. Ow. I shouldn't have chewed it. Wah. No, Blippi, don't bully me. But, yeah, the first thing I'd like to do when I'm working on a conlang, I go to the phonology. It helps because you need to know what sounds your language is going to be making before you can do anything else. Because before there was writing, and before there was, like, even words, there were just noises we were making. And noises turned into formulated sentences. Even before grammar, we just had sounds. Now, when I mean sounds, it's the stuff you're hearing coming out of my mouth. Ah, eh, e, o, u, ba, be, bi, ba. All these little noises that I'm making. These are phonemes. Yes, you can hear A, E, I, O, and B, C, D, but those are just letters. Those are letters of the... I do like history. Oh, Blippi, how is the clicky? Clicky. Is Blippi okay? But, yeah, the phonetic alphabet. What you're hearing out of my face is not technically the English letters, it's English phonemes, which doesn't match up with the English alphabet, which is fun. And I actually... Oh, that's nice. Favorite point. I have a few favorite points. It also just depends on the subject matter. I like studying Egyptian. All of their shenanigans. And the farther back into Egyptian I go, the more interested I am. I also really, for some reason, I really like the reign of Akhenaten. Just because the art style changed so dramatically during that time. And it's really interesting. I also just like Elizabethan stuff. I notice I look at history from a fashion standpoint. I'm like, oh, the Byzantines had really lovely robes. I liked that too. I have not been watching Moon Knight, but I know kind of what it's based on. Kinda. Yeah, whenever I hear history, I think more along the lines of which cultures do I like from an aesthetic slash tradition, and what kind of clothes am I drawn to? Because that's what I tend to focus on when looking at history. I look at the tapestries, the textiles. But back on point with the phonology, the IPA and all that good stuff. I have the IPA all written down. So I'm going to close this out. I don't need this here. It's just an instruction. It goes deep in Egyptian gods and history. Oh, right. It's the Egyptian god of the moon. I believe that's the summary. So, we will skip all of this for now, because I don't want to make things too convoluted. But this is just explaining that letters that we use can represent more than one sound. So, take English, for example. TH are technically two letters, but they represent one sound. Th or the. It can represent two sounds as well, just depending on the context of where they're put. Because th and the are actually just one sound. They're not two sounds put together, unlike ts. Ts or ja, cha, those are technically two sounds put together. Yeah, thank you, Shokin. That is the symbol for th. And then the is, it looks like a D with a little slash crossed through the middle of the line. It's really interesting. But, yeah, we do that. But we don't consider it different from each other. We still write it as TH. So that's what all of this is about. If you don't want to include that in your language, you certainly don't have to. But it's here just in case. It also, like I said, would make things a little complicated if this is your first rodeo and you don't want to make anything crazy. So the first thing I do is figure out all of the vowels I want. Now, the lowest minimum amount you can technically go for vowels would be 2. You can have 2 vowel sounds. At least that's what a few languages have done, but the standard is the 5 vowel system. Now, I'm not talking about vowels as in the letters we have, like A, E, I, O, and U. Those aren't vowels, those are letters. English actually has roughly, I believe, 9 to 11 vowels, depending on what dialect you're talking. Vowels are not our letters as we know them. They're the sounds ah, eh, e, o, u, all of those little noises that we make are our vowels. And that's what these are here. Now, there is an IPA chart that you can actually go to let yourself hear these sounds. I already know what they sound like, so I don't need it, but I will definitely grab it up for you guys and provide it for you. Let me go grab it real quick. It is in... Where is it? Here it is. Conlang Refs. IPA chart. It's actually a website called IPAchart.com. This is what it looks like. I have dark mode on, so it's darker. And it has pretty much every single letter you could ever hope for that you can click and hear the sound of. Now, let's hope it doesn't get too loud.
E. E.
That's an I. The symbol is an I for us, but the sound it makes is E. I'd like to make a conlang with you sometime. That'd be really fun. But that says E. This is an Ah.
Ah.
This is an Aw.
Ah.
This is an O.
O.
Ooh.
Ooh.
So you can kind of see which letters do what. And I have it written down here as well. But typically, if it's up here on the chart, it's all up in the top of your mouth with your lips, kind of like E. You're pushing it to the front of your mouth, like E. And then Eh.
E.
Eh. All of this is in the front of the mouth. And when we make ooh, oh, ah, it's always in the back of the mouth. So that's technically what this chart is fulfilling. And this is how closed your mouth is, and this is how open your mouth is. So you can know the difference between E and Ah.
Ah.
You can see it on my model, actually. E, Ah. Same thing with O, Ooh. Closed to open. So knowing this, I can start to tear at and rip out all of the vowels that I don't want. Which is a lot of them. If you have too many vowels, you will muddy the pond. It will be way too clustered. So the standard 5 vowel system that I was telling you about is usually E, E, A, O, U. That is the sounds that you will normally hear in most languages. Spanish has it, Japanese has it, Latin has it. And it keeps those sounds for the most part. I believe Mayan had it. Aztec had it to a fault. Aztec didn't have a lot of oo noises. They only had o. So you can see where you could play with that. So I would start with the 5 vowel system if you were making a conlang, and then either add or subtract 1 or 2 sounds at most if you want to. You can also switch a few of these. Like if you don't like ah, you could push it back into the mouth a bit more. Oh. You could be like, that's gonna be my A, not this one. This one sounds dumb. Or if you want O to be O instead, like a little bit throatier, you can do that. You can switch them out just a little bit to make them more comfortable for yourself. So, for the Trakovish, I've already written down what the vowels are going to be. However, I've been thinking a lot on them, and I've realized I haven't been using a whole lot of these vowels. I do use the standard A, E, I, O, U. However, I also set this down to be an or a U. So U, and And I kind of want to get rid of the Sadly, I do not use it that often. So, we're going to come in here. I'm going to figure out all the letters that I have in my language. I have E, I have U. I also have U. Oh.
Uh-oh.
It doesn't want to work with me. There we go. So I have U. I do not have any in the center. So I can actually delete this entire column. And this is what you're going to be doing. Go through and just delete, or in your case, add whatever letters you want, because I've set this up to specifically do this for myself. I'm going to keep the O instead of the O. And I have E, which is right here. I also have A, which is right here. I do not have near open, so I can delete that. There we go. I do not have this. And I do not have this. Oh, uh-oh. I deleted the wrong layer. So delete row. There we go. Delete row. Delete row. Alright, and I can start organizing these a bit just to clean it up. There we go. Oh no. I lost my vowel. I have an idea. Do you make a writing script? I do. I make every aspect that I can think of. But first things first, I need to know what sounds I'm working with before I can put down an actual writing script. So this is what I'm going to go for. My front vowels are E, U, and E, and my back vowels are U, O, A. My closed mouth vowels, E, U, U. My open-ish vowels are E and O, and my straight up open vowel is A. Okay, so that's going to be my vowels. I have 6. Remember, I'm removing because is it's kind of dumb sounding. Yeah. Is removed because is never used because I'm an idiot and I don't use it. So we're going to do the same thing with consonants. So down here you can see there are a fuck ton of consonants. However, most of these are irrelevant for what I need to do. Once again, we can look to the IPA chart, and here the consonants aren't nearly as plethoric as I've made it on my sheet, but you can still see the pattern. And whenever I went over this, I did cover what each of these charts means. So just like vowels, where it shows you where they're in the mouth and how you articulate it. I believe these are called the place of articulation. It's in the close, and your mouth is closed-ish, and it's in the front of your mouth. That's the place of articulation. That's what these all mean. So when you see it say bilabial, that's because you're using bi to labia, lips. You're using your lips to make the sounds like m, p, b, 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 br. As you can see, that's what the sounds all do. As well as stops. You're stopping 2 lips. P, b. Nasal, coming from your nose, m. So once you know what these mean, it's easy enough to figure out where you're making these noises. Now, going back to my chart, you can see that I've already written down the consonants that I want. I wanted to do m, ma, na, nga, pa, ba, ta, da, ka, ga, ka. Need to see what I came for dinner. I shall be looking. Of course, Riza. Now, I did write down this Q, but it's not a Q like we have it. We have Q that it's a KW sound, qua. But they, whenever they have this letter in their language, it's ka. It's like ka, but it's a lot deeper in the throat, ka. However, I've been thinking of taking it out because I don't use it much either. And then they have fa, va. And I also use C as an indicator of the sound sh. You can see it here on the IPA. It is a stop. And it's a palatal sound. Oh, it's a non-fricative, sorry. It's in the fa-va category. And the th-the. It's right here. It's a ch. It's a sound that you hear in German a lot. It's what they use for ich. Ich. And we actually have this sound in English a little bit. But not where we think it is. It's not used as its own letter. It just happens as we transition between one letter to another. Take the word cute, for instance. If you say the word cute very slowly, if you say you real slow, you get that hiss. Cute. Cute. That hiss, isolated. And that's that C. So I really like that sound. That's what I want to focus on too. So I'm keeping that. I also am thinking of removing ha, because I don't use it that often. I'm keeping ra, because if we look at the word Trakovish, it's right in there. Keeping la, keeping sa, sha, but I am probably going to remove hla and tla. Hla and zla are letters that I have not been using. I love the sounds. And if for those of you who don't know what that is, let's go back to the chart real quick. It's down here with the L's. And it's right here. It's these two sounds. This weird little funky L with a loop on it. It's a Welsh shla. And the way to do that is you put your tongue up like you're going to make an L, la la la, but instead you blow air out, kind of like you're making a sh noise. Shla. Shla. It's a really fun little noise to make, but they don't use it that often. Not when I'm working on the language and thinking up words. It doesn't come to mind. It doesn't feel natural. So I'm going to be removing that as well, as sad as that makes me. Oh, it's not on the chart. Oh, yes, it is. This is the IPA chart making the noise.
Ashla.
Shla, ashla. And then they have the voiced version. La.
Ashla.
There it is. So, sadly, I will have to remove that. So, let's start deleting stuff here. I don't have a whole lot of lateral taps. I have a lateral tap, which is this R. So, a fun little fact, English's R is dumb. You know, railroad, ruh. It's one of the hardest letters anyone's ever going to pronounce, and it sounds a little bit like a w, but you're pushing it into your tongue, which is a really weird way to say an R, but that's just how we do it. Ruh. If it weren't evident, I'd never make a conlang, but I want to. Well, like I said, I'm right here, giving you tips on stuff. So hopefully I can help you make one. But I'm not using the rhotic R. The rhotic R is dumb. Don't get me wrong, but it is dumb. So, most languages, when using the letter R, they don't use ruh. Ruh sounds dumb. They use something called a tap. They do a tap R, which is what's right here. Lateral tap. And it's alveolar, so it's ra, ra, ra. We have the sound as well. Oh no, an ad. I'm sorry, Shokun. But we have this sound as well, but we don't use it as an R. We sometimes use it as a D. Say the word ladder. Ladder. Ra, ra. Those two D's put together to make ladder. That ra is a lateral tapped R. It's not ladder. We don't say ladder. It sounds a little funky. But we do say ladder. Ra, ra. We tap our tongue. That's that same thing as tragovish. Tragovish. Tra, tra, tra. So I'm going to be keeping that. And I'm also going to be getting rid of all of these because I do not need them. I'll be keeping the L. Oh, I accidentally deleted the L. Did not mean to. But I'll be keeping my L because I just want a la in my language. And my language does not have any trills whatsoever. We know what trills are, I'm sure. You know, the ra, the Spanish rar, Spanish perro. But there are languages that have more than that. There are languages that have a trilled B. Blah. Simbui. Blah. They do a trill. We also have trilled G. Ra. A trilled R as well. Ro. Rendezvous. in French. Ro. Not quite French, but it's close. Ro. Yes, Shokun? But I'm removing all of the trills. I'm also removing all taps because, to be frank, I can't speak any of that, and it's for really, really specific sounds. Are you basing your calling off another language? Not really. I did everything from scratch. I did this once already in a past live stream, which is where I have all of this stuff, and people got to watch me actually fumble around with it for a while. But now that I have all of my notes concise, we're now putting it to paper, or to a Google document, rather. I'm also explaining all of the different sounds. Let me pull out my APA once more. IPA, sorry. And see here, here's that R I was telling you about, the tap.
Ra, ra.
No, that's not correct.
Ra, ra.
That is not correct either. Is this it?
Ra, ra.
Okay, so it's right here. This is our dumb Rotogar. I'm getting rid of that. We don't need our dumb Rotogar. Oh. I keep doing that. I'm trying to delete the row. There we go. We do not need that. Alrighty. But we are going to be using the single R as a tap. Hada, hada, hada. I'm also not going to be using any approximants, because once again, these are all just... Oh, wait, no. No, 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 no. No approximants. Let's get rid of them. Okay. So, as you can see, I have I'm probably going to get rid of because I don't need it. So, up here, I do not need this M with a dot. That dot means that the M is unvoiced. Because remember, everything on the left side of this chart, like here, for instance, tuh and duh, the tuh is on the left, which means that it is unvoiced. You do not have to vibrate your vocal folds in order to make the sound. However, try making a D noise without making your voice hum. Duh, 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 duh. It comes out a lot more as like a tuh. That's because these are voiced. The D is the voiced version of a T. So tuh, duh, same exact sound. Just one is breathed and one is hummed. So that M with a dot under it means that the M is unvoiced, which is really fucking hard to do, but it comes out sort of like a ma, ma. It's very breathy, very hard to pronounce, and I don't need it. I'm also going to get rid of these, because they're just farther down the mouth M's and N's, and we are not using that. We are only going to use M and N. And I'm going to get rid of the rest of this stuff, because I was going to, remember, I was going to use this one, which is nga, nga, like when we say sing, that nasally G. We're not using it. I'm removing it. I do not need it. Alright, so through here, you can see I have, after and pa, ba, ta, da, ka, ga, and ka. And on the chart, we can see pa, ba here, ta, da, ka, ga, and then ka. However, I did say that I was getting rid of the ka, so I'm going to delete that. I'm keeping the C, the K and G, but these I do not need. They're not in my chart. All I have is pa, ba. I do not have, which here you can see it's a labial dental stop, like I said. It's two lips stopping to make the sound. Pa, pa, pa. Ba, ba. Unvoiced, voiced. Pa, ba. So if this is labiodental, which is your lip meeting your tooth, like in fa and va, but you're making a puh and buh noise, it would be puh, buh, puh, buh. It's really dumb for my language, so I'm not going to use it. Same thing with here. Lingua, label. Lingua, tongue. Label, labial, lips. Your tongue to your lips makes a stop. So, puh, duh, puh, duh. You take your tongue out of your mouth and you tap it on your lip. Puh, duh. Sounds a little silly for me, so I'm not using it. What if a conlang is meant to feel like a far future evolution of a language? Then you take the languages that you want to evolve, essentially, and then you go through a process called Grimm's Law. Grimm's Law is a fun little thing. I actually have it on the sheet here. Let me go look at it real quick. Grimm's Law, sound evolution. You can go through sound evolution and figure out exactly what the sounds would change into. And every language will start off with harsher sounds that soften over time, and softer sounds that will eventually start getting harder over time. So, sounds such as buh will eventually turn into puh, and sounds like puh will eventually turn into fuh. It's why a lot of our English letters are softer than our Germanic and Latin relatives. That's the word. Almost said relations. I'm like, that's not it. Take the word foot, for instance. Foot. Foot. F, the sound is technically F, soft U, and then a T. But if we change those letters, because we backed it up about 1,000 years, it would be pud. Ped. Ped. P something D. Because that F is a P backwards, and the T is a D. And how do you say foot in Latin? Pedi. Pedi. That is where your sound comes from. It's also why a lot of German words, which I've been learning German because German is great, but it's why a lot of German words have harsher sounds in place of English sounds. Like ich. Ich is I, but it comes from ich. We used to have ich, but we don't say it that way anymore. We dropped the ich. Same thing with night. Fight, right, light, Licht, nicht. Well, technically night is knicht. I was thinking of starting with Chinese. I say go for it. But you'd have to do a lot of study with Chinese. You'd have to figure out all of the sounds they make and all the symbols that make up the language. Because, oh boy, is there a lot of symbols. But I could go into that later as well. Also remember, like I said, that most symbols will also harden over time. All of this stuff is just called Grimm's Law. Look that up. It's very fun. Oh, right, here it is. I actually have a chart of all of the letters that changed between Proto-Indo-European and the 3 main languages that it actually stemmed from it. Because, fun fact, Latin and Germanic languages are not so different. They all come from the same thing. Same thing with Indian. The Indian language. Hindu. The Hindu language. It's not called Hindu, it's technically called Sanskrit. But all of those languages all come from the same source. Proto-Indo-European. It's really cool. Alright, back to our consonants. I do not want to do these. They are retroflex and palatal, and these are sounds that we typically don't really use. The one sound that I am going to be using from it is, like I said, is ch, ich. I actually knew that. Oh, good! And I was contemplating getting rid of the H, so let's get rid of the H. Goodbye, H. And I'm gonna get rid of these because we don't know what these are. At least I don't. I don't want to use all of them. So the symbols that I have left myself with is m, n, p, b, t, d. We can get rid of these because we do not need them. And we can get rid of these because we do not need them. So p, b, t, d, k, g. And for fricatives, I have s and z, but I'm probably going to get rid of z. I'm just going to have s. They will never use a z sound. And I believe I have that written down here. Yeah, s, and then it's just sh. Let me find my thing again. There we go. So, s and sh. Now, this fun little squiggle sign right here, it does like this. It's a sh sound. Sh. That's what the IPA symbol for it is. Up until this point, we've mostly been working with symbols that look like the sound in the English language. Or at least the Latin language, like an M, an N, p, b, t, d, k, g, s. But this is when we start looking at symbols that don't necessarily match the sounds. And that's because sh, for English at least, we represent it with two letters, an S and an H. However, the IPA is meant to only capture one sound, and sh is one sound. So they just put one little symbol to it. And now we're on to non-fricatives. And we're going to keep a couple of these. I'm going to get rid of this. It's bilabial fa and va, which means they're spoken with both mouth, or both lips. So instead of fa, it's fa, fa. You're like barely blowing air out of your lips. Fa and va, fa, va. It's a very difficult sound to make, and it's not a sound that I want to work with. So I'm going to remove that. Same thing with here. Lingua labial, non-fricative. What does that mean? Lingua tongue, labial mouth. So you put your tongue to your lips and you th, 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 th. Dumb sound for me, so I'm not going to use it. Now, these are two sounds we are actually very familiar with, but you don't recognize the symbols right away. This little O that looks like a coin, like a zero with a line straight through it. Hello, Koishi. I spy a Koishi. But this is actually the symbol for th, like therapy, theater. But once again, we make the symbol look like two letters, and the IPA doesn't work that way. The IPA only wants one letter per sound. And the thing next to it is, what's a voiced th? The, there, that. There it is. Now, this is the same sounds, just pushed farther back into the mouth, but we're not going to do that. I don't even think I have the and th put in here. I do not, so I can remove those. My language is not going to have th and the. Goodbye. It's also not going to have any of these. So now that I have removed all of the letters that I do not want, I can actually go to the charts and figure out which ones I don't need. So I'm going to start deleting columns. Like this. There we go. And then I'm going to start deleting this, because I don't need it. And this, and this. Alright, there's all my consonants. Oh dear. Okay. And now I separate them all out. As such. There we go. I could actually probably remove dental and keep this in alveolar. Oh, I deleted the wrong thing. Delete column. There we go. Look how clean that is now. Man. Nope, no further. Sorry. But yeah, let's pull all these little guys together. And I'm gonna bring this in just a bit. And there we go. There's all of my symbols that I want. Now, it's not quite all of them. I still do have a few that I'm missing, and I'll show you where. Just let me finish moving everything. There we go. So, as you can see in here, I still have a few symbols that I'm missing. I'm getting rid of these two, but I'm missing Cha and Ja. Where's Cha and Ja? It wasn't in this chart. How will the Swedes praise Thor now? I'm sorry, Thor. Thor gets no praise. Because this is not Sweden. This is the Dragovish people. Also, they could just use Tor instead. They can use a T. Tor. The same way Irish people and Scottish people can use it. Tuh. They can just use the T. Alrighty. So, we've gotten all these down. As much as this looks like a lot, like I said, I've trimmed the fat here and there. Oh, my cat is losing his shit. So, now that we have cleared all that out, let's go and look and see, well, where's my Cha and Ja? What is all this garbage? What does this mean? Hey, go on, Kibby. My cat is tearing out my chair here. These are something called non-pulmonic consonants. These are consonants that are pretty rare. You don't hear them a whole lot nowadays, and you only really hear them in languages that are mostly found in Africa and Mesoamerica. So like, Tor? Yeah, kind of like that. Tor. Because every language will find a way to speak another language, even if the accent is a little off. That's actually where we get accents. Languages with the inability to naturally make sounds. Which is why you hear a lot of natural Latin language speakers not really using our R correctly, especially when they're first learning. Because we do ready, railroad. They would say ready, railroad. Because they don't use the rhotic R. It's dumb and stupid, and the sound is hurtful. But it's where you get accents. So yes, instead of Thur, they would say Tor. Sorry about that. Little yawn. But we're not going to play with non-pulmonic consonants. These are consonants that are a little cracked in the thing. The southern U.S. accent comes from East England, kind of. The South actually has many. I'll get back to you about that whenever the ad's done. But we're gonna get rid of the non-pulmonics. These are your languages, or these are your consonants that have. Let me know when the ad's over. I'm ready. I'm ready to talk to you about the southern accent because I'm actually from the South. This is not my original accent. I was not born talking like this. I was born with the southern accent. And you can actually hear it a little bit. But okay, ad is over. Yeah, Shokin, I'm actually born from the South. I am from the Bible Belt. I know the southern accent. And yeah, it is from England. And you can hear it a bit better by listening to old Georgian accents. Because, while you're hearing... Let's see if I can fall back into my accent real quick. Alright, I've just talked to my mom for 2 hours. I know there we have a company. Let's see if it can help me. There's a company there called Lion Oil. However, you don't say Lion Oil in the South. You say Lion Oil. You drop a lot of letters. So, a southern accent can actually be pushed into a Georgian accent, which sounds a little closer to this. And then over time, if you push it just a bit farther, it does sound a bit more British. Or a bit more English, I suppose. So you can actually follow the trail. Same thing with the Cajun accent. I can't do a Cajun accent to save my life, but a Cajun accent is actually really close to a French accent. But we're getting into semantics and dialects that we're not covering at the moment. But back to pulmonics. We're not going to do any of these. These are actually consonants that we don't see that often. It looks like a p and a t and a ch and a k, but in actuality it's p. You're hitting it really hard, like a percussive sound, like a kind of like that. You're basically making percussive beatbox noises to talk. For example, Aztecs. The Aztecs have these symbols, and they use them a lot. The Aztecs had a word like cheech. If we said C-H-I-C-H, it would be cheech. However, if they use these pulmonics, it would be cheech, cheech. They would be pushing out that air. I don't want to do that because I don't want to be breathless. I would hurt myself. We also have clicks. Click consonants are really fucking fun. However, they're not appropriate for this language. The reason being, my people are evolving in a cave system where click consonants would be very confusing for them very quickly. They need softer, warmer consonants. Plus, click consonants evolved in a very strange and interesting way in a lot of African languages, which you can find in the Xhosa. That's a click right there. Xhosa. So we're not going to work with those either yet. I will make another conlang example and I will be using them, but for now, I'm not going to. Another fun fact, the British accent was actually created by British elite in the 15th century and adopted by the peasants who separated themselves from the already established American colony. That's funny. I don't know if that's true. I'd have to look that up. But, it would only make sense that the Americans and the British would start to get accent differences because the English, now American, quote-unquote, colonists were separated from them for hundreds of years. Of course their dialect is going to change. Oh, hi, Kibi. Alrighty, so yeah. We're going to remove all of this. Oh, and implosives. So ejectives, if you're ejecting them out. Implosives are when you're swallowing them. Like buh, buh, buh. You're pulling everything into your throat. Like when you're pretending to drink water, like if you're making a glug noise, that gluggy noise, that's an implosive. You are pulling in the sound. But we are not doing any of those. Oh dear. How do I delete an entire... It's not letting me remove the actual table here. I don't want to have to go through and click delete with everything. Aha! Nope. Fine, fuck you. Oh, delete table. I was making it harder on myself than I needed to. Alright, so. Now we're going to touch on the rest of the consonants. These are a bit more. Now, remember, like I said, I'm not messing with ejectives. We're getting rid of these. Fuck our ejectives. Now, these are affricates. These are two letters made in one sound. So, like a ts, 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 like in tsunami. However, we say tsunami in English because we're dumb, but the original Japanese pronunciation for that is tsunami, tsunami, ts, ts. You can hear that sound if you say cat, cats, ts, cats. Same thing with z. It's the voiced version of ts, z, z. It's a DZ instead of a TS. We're not using these, but this is where our ch and j are. Now, I thought ch and j was just one sound, right? Nope. Ch is actually a T and an SH sound put together. T, sh, ch, ch. As fun as that is. And with J is the exact same thing. J is just ch voiced. Ch, j, j, ch. So if we have T, SH put together, how do I make a j? It's a D, ZH, or a D symbol for ZH, or zh, as in zhao, vision. Time to learn the kitchen for something to eat. Oh, search the kitchen. I read that as learn. Time to learn the kitchen so I can eat. Help. I'm dumb. I'm dumb brain. So we are not using tsa or za. We're getting rid of that. However, as you can see up here, we're pretty close to tsa and za. It's all it really is. Oh, and co-articulates. I'm not gonna have any co-articulates. So for those of you who don't know what these are a few more symbols put together. Such as here. I can't pronounce these. These are pretty hard for me to pronounce. Oh, I can pronounce one of them. It's not quite here. But, there is a German word for horse, or little horse. It's Pferd. Pferd. You put F and P together. Pf. So it's P-F-E-R-D, I believe. Pf. Pf. Those are like two symbols put together, and that is technically a co-articulate. Oh, hi, Kibby. They are very hard to pronounce, though, and it's in very little languages. However, there is a co-articulate that we use on a regular basis. It's w. W. It's our W. However, these guys don't have a W, so I'm leaving it out. Or they don't have a traditional W. So all of these symbols, we're getting rid of the co-articulates. We're not using any. Goodbye. So now that we're in here, and we are looking for our ch and j, which is actually right here. You see this? This is a T and a CH, or an SH, t, sh, and this is a d, j. So ch and j. So we're going to leave those here. I'm actually probably going to copy them and just bring them up here in a new row. Insert one row below. It is a syllabant, so we're just going to put syllabant right here. As so. Sorry, sibilant. Not syllabant. I'm dumb. And I'm going to drop it at about here in the alveolar post-alveolar area, because that is where ta and da are, as well as sh and zh. See, sh is here, ta is here. It only makes sense if it's plopped here. So that's just to have it out of the way. And now I'm going to get rid of all of this. There we go. Now we have all the space. All this lovely space. And the Zetter, hello! How are you? Wavy, wavy. Oops. Alrighty. Eh. Why did it come down? Hold on. I messed something up. There we go. I fixed it. Whatever I did. Alrighty. So now that I've shown you what all of this does, I'm sure you can figure out now my vowels and consonants. And it all follows the IPA chart, as you can see here. Sleepy but good. Oh, non-language question. Non-language answer. Let's go. But you can see in here, it's all charted out. So remember, go to IPA chart, and you can listen to different sounds to see which ones you want in your language. It would help to fill them out the same way the IPA chart shows them off, but you don't have to. What is better with hot wings? Blue cheese or ranch? Oh, ranch. Blue cheese can go away. I hate blue cheese. I cannot handle blue cheese. It's just... Okay, here's my fucking thing with cheese, alright? I fucking love cheese. Don't get me wrong. Cheese is great. However, cheese is already pushing it because it's germinating in a bacteria. And it's practically on the verge of being moldy. Blue cheese is just pushing it even farther. Blue cheese is just saying straight up, I'm ready to eat expired moldy ass cheese. No thank you. Same thing with like cottage cheese. It's like that, but on the opposite end of the spectrum. You're just saying, I'm gonna eat cheese yogurt. It's like, that's disgusting. I don't want either. Get it out of here. To each their own. You can have all that blue cheese. That's for you. If I don't eat it, that's more for you in the world. No thank you. Ranch. I'd much rather have ranch. Ah, water. Alrighty, so now that I have everything, and hopefully you guys would have followed the same suit, figure out which vowels you want, not letters, sounds, and which consonant sounds you want, your phonemes. You don't have to worry too much about the orthography if you don't want to do it. I'm not going to. Not this time. So, I'm not going to show you this quite yet. However, I am going to show you how to make... To be honest, I was once like you in that aspect. You're like, ew, no. No, it's rotting. It's moldier than usual cheese, and I'm not eating it. You can't make me. Ain't doing it. Sorry. Alright, so, what we're going to do, at least for the orthography, I'm going to show you how I plan to write these things. So, when it comes to the IPA, some of these symbols are pretty hard to write regularly. Take, for instance, this eh. It's like a backwards 3. How the fuck do I type that? Sorry about that. But most of these letters are good. Like I, the Y, the U, the O. But this weird little A, how do I write that? This is what the orthography is for. If I want to say, hey, this is this sound, but I want to write it like this, you do this. Oh. You don't do quite that. There we go. You put it in between these little brackets like this, and you put the letter that represents it. So whenever I see this E symbol, it's going to mean this sound. Eh. So this is when you're writing your language in the Latin letters so that you can read it out without having to write all these dumb IPA symbols. For instance, let's go over here. Let's say I want to write the word Trakovish, because that's the name of this language, that's the name of these people. If I were to do it with the IPA, it would be T, R, A, Ko, V, and then that sh symbol. Trakovish. That's how you write it with the IPA. But that's kind of dumb looking, right? We can't type that, not easily. So instead, we use Latin letters. Trakovish. That's a lot easier to look at instead of the IPA. Same thing if I want to say a word like, let's say kloof. I want to use my special oo sound. Kloof. Actually, that doesn't work. It's just the same symbol. Let's come up with something a bit better. Let's say I want to write the word, churcha. Churcha. Let's just say that's a word for some reason. Let's write it a little better so I'm not dumb about it. Oh, it's because that's capitalizing. Churcha. Let's do this. Yeah, I'm like, wow, that's a silly little that's a nice word, whatever. The track of fish? Didn't know they had races. Yeah, they do. Sounds like Georgia. Kinda. Do you know why? Georgia. Georgia. Ja and cha are just the voiceless versions, remember? But yeah, let's say churcha. Actually, that'd be a pretty good way for them to say it. If I were to write this in the IPA, it would look like this. Churcha. This is why we need the Latin letters, because we don't want to be writing like this the whole time. It's silly. So, while going through, you can put the letter that you want to use as a writing utensil, pretty much. That's terrible. Yeah. So, whenever I'm writing this E symbol, it's going to be using an E, like this. It's going to be using the Latin letter E. Same thing with this weird ah. It's ah at all times, but oh dear. But I'm going to be using the typed letter ah. Even though this symbol is used in the IPA for another sound, which is ah, and this symbol is used for another type of it's an e, it doesn't matter, I can just switch them out and be like, yeah, this is what they represent. Now, down here, I don't have to do that for the M, N, P, B, T, D, K, or G, because they're the exact same symbols. However, S is fine, but sh? How do I determine what a sh is? I can do it the exact same way I did it with them. We're just going to take an SH, so it's simple for us. Sh, because we already have that in our language. And then f and v is fine, but ch? How do I write that weird little squiggly C? I don't. I'm just going to use a regular C, because I'm not using the letter C in this language so far. Because while in the Latin, or not Latin rather, but in English, the C is just a K or a S, depending on where it is. It's not used at all in my language. If I want to make a K noise, I put a K there. If I want to make a S noise, I put an S there. So, what am I going to do with this symbol? I'll separate it. So whenever you see that C sound, it's a H. So if I want to say, yeah, I'm just removing the squiggle, so people know the sound. So if I want to say the word, mich, which means gift, I just write mich, like that. I don't have to worry about that squiggle. Do you know we phonetically only have 13 sounds for our alphabet, and the difference for the latter half is simply opening your throat? Yep. Those are called voiceless versus voiced. I believe I covered that already, but we can go over it again real quick. Like, this is what Blip is talking about. T is the sound that we have, and it's voiceless. Its voiced counterpart is D. T, D. It's the same sound, just one is voiced. We do that with S versus Z, K versus G, P versus B, and F versus V. I find that really cool. So these are just voiceless, these are voiced. Alright, back to our little thingy. Also, Blip, I'm not a dork, but you actually will see that in the chart as well, see? Like I said, on the left, it's all voiceless, and on the right, it's voiced. So, P, B, F, V, K, G, T, D. I love English, actually. English is crazy. English is a very unique language, and I feel very bad for those of them who have had to learn it after the fact. Alrighty. So now that I have these, I have the ch and the j, and I'm just going to do them as we do it in our language. So since the regular C is taken, I can just use CH for my ch. And then a J for the j. Just like how we have. Or maybe I could do it DJ, j, just to make it match a little bit more. No, that's dumb. Alrighty, I have my orthography done. So just to cover real quick, the orthography I laid out is this, 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 and these. And it's just for writing. It's just to figure out how I'm writing. We can thank Snooty French Latins for English existing. We can thank the Germanic language, a bit of Norse, a dash of Saxlo, and then mostly French. We can thank the Norse, Anglo-Saxons, and then the French, slapping us on the ass on the way out. Because of the... Actually, no, you can thank the printing press. English is literally just 3 languages in a trench coat trying to pull it off. You know what's really interesting? There's actually a movement right now that's happening from a bunch of conlangers and people who like the English language who are trying to remake English without any Latin influences. And it's really fucking interesting seeing how they do that. So instead of saying language, they say, you know, English language, they say the English tongue. Because the word tongue is Germanic, not Latin. It's really fucking cool. And they're calling it Anglish. Because it's pre-Latin and French messed with English, but in a modern setting. And it's really cool. They call it the Anglish moot. And they're trying to borrow as little words as possible from people. It's really cool. That's a new one. My head probably has room for a bonne nuit. Oh. Yeah, Usagi. Usagi sits on head. Usagi's a good. Yeah, English is really cool. I'm trying to find its dictionary because there is one. Oh yeah, they don't say literature because literature is is technically a Latin-based word. They use the word bookcraft, which sounds really cool. I find it really interesting. They also don't say dictionaries and glossaries, they say word books and word lists. You know what's funny, Shokun? I've never understood that tongue twister. Buffalo, 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 buffalo. I don't get it. I just sound like I'm saying buffalo 5 times in a row. My brain actually cannot process what language that is. What sentence structure that is. Oh, here it is. Word book. Okay. Does this take me to where I need to go? No, it does not. Oh well. I'm gonna close that out for now. Oh. I mean, I get it. I figure it's a place and all that, but my brain just still thinks I'm saying buffalo 8 times and not actually making a sentence. Police, 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 police. It just sounds like I'm saying police 4 times. I get that it's a verb and stuff, but my brain doesn't process that. My brain just goes, hey, idiot, you're just saying the word over and over. My brain says that to myself, not to you guys. Alrighty. Now that we're done with our consonants and vowels, sound variation. This is where I discuss stress in a word as well as how the syllables work. And if the language has tone and pitch accenting. There we go. Don't call me an idiot, call me an idiot. No, I'm not calling you an idiot. You're a blippy bot. How about that? That's the point. Yeah, probably. Oh, stupid English. Yeah. I know Japanese can also do that. I know that they have to say, sumomo, 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 momomo, momomo, momo, sumomo, momomo, momomo ga suki. And it sounds really stupid, but it's them talking about eating peaches and how much they like peaches. Because momo is peach, but mo also means, it means also. So they have this stupid shit too in their language. Every language has it. I learned French and oh my lord, I am so sorry. Also, sumo is another word as well, so they just line them all up and see what happens, and it's funny. I like pears. I like fruit. I just like fruits. Alrighty, back on track. Whenever making a language, every language can have stress, tone, or pitch accenting. That's hard for me to say. However, I'm going to be cutting out some of this, because I don't need it. But I am going to put stress on syllables. English does this. However, English does this differently than most languages. Whenever we stress a syllable or a word, we're stressing the emphasis on said word and making it technically the topic of the sentence. I'm sure we know the whole, I never said she stole my car, or I never said she stole my money. We can say, I never said she stole my money. 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 If we put stress on a certain word or syllable, it's go time. However, some languages just don't do that. We do that, but I'm not going to be doing that for Trakovish. You can't do that. Now, for stressing a syllable, we kind of do this for meaning, but not really. Spanish does this a lot. So does Japanese. But we don't. But I will show you kind of what I'm going to be talking about. So if you say, I got a permit. An unstressed language. No, not an unstressed language. Just a language that doesn't use stressing for making a certain word sound like the topic. Like I said, for example, if I say, I didn't get the permit, the stress and the pitch accent on the word is on the first syllable, permit. But if I say, I didn't permit that, the stress is on the second syllable, permit. And that's how we know a permit is a noun. It's a piece of paper or an ordination from someone. I don't permit that. Permit is the same exact word, but you know it's a verb saying that I didn't allow that, I didn't say that was okay. That's exactly what they do. Japanese has a word, I believe, for chopsticks and bridge. I can't quite remember if that's what it is, but the word is hashi or hachi. It's one of those. I can't quite remember. But one word is hashi and the other word is hashi. they stress, they go up or down and stress the different syllables to mean a different word. I would love to have one for chopsticks. Yeah, they have a word for chopsticks. Let me actually figure that out real quick. Yeah, in Japanese, bridge is hashi. And in Japanese, chopsticks is hashi. And it's written with 2 different kanji, I believe. Yes, it's written with 2 different kanji, so it's 2 completely different symbols, but it's both pronounced hashi. But one of them is hashi, and that's really fun. Yes, Blimp, what is it? But that is why pitch accenting is a thing. However, I'm not quite going to be using pitch accenting. I'm just going to be using stress, which is what Spanish does. Pick your poison. Fine. I will do crunches. Crunches are fun. Also, I don't do them that often. People always want me to do squats because they want my ass to be thick or something. I don't know. Alrighty, I gotta move Leon's chair out the way because that shit is in the way for crunches. At least the way I do them. Oh. Aww. Cecil's toy is right here. He brought me his worm on a string. What a cute boy. Alright. Let me stretch real quick. That's a free stretch because I'm about to work out and I don't want to stretch anything out. Ah! Usagi, you just love to torment me. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, those hurt. Arguably, those hurt more than push-ups and squats. But that just means I need to do more of them. Also, I will be bumping up squats, as well as maybe even push-ups to 15 soon. Because they're getting easier. I always yawn after doing a workout. I don't understand it. Oh. Thank you, Pinguina. Alrighty, so I'm not going to be doing pitch accent, like I said, which is what the Japanese do. Hashi, or hashi. It's this very subtle sing-song situation. My pleasure. We're just doing stress. Blah, 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 blah. We're also not going to have tone. Now, there are languages out there that actually sound like they're singing. As weird as that sounds. Shiri sorry yo. So, tonal languages. I'm going to cover that as well very quickly for those of you who want to do it, but I suggest not doing it if this is your first rodeo, because this is a very complex way of making a language. Well, this, Shokun did mention Chinese, and Chinese does this. Chinese is a tonal language. It doesn't have stress, it has tone. And when using tone, you're pretty much sing-songing your letters. Let's write some of these down. So, let's say I'm writing a word for Chinese. Let's say I'm writing the word for thank you in Chinese. And it's spelled like this. At least this is how we write it. As X-I-E, X-I-E. And we say 谢谢. That's how we pronounce this. However, there's more to it than that. There is an X and there is an I, but there is a little tick on the E, and it goes down. What does that tick mean? It's to denounce what their tone is. So in order to say this, you would say 谢谢, 谢谢. You go down. 谢. 谢. And if you want to go up, you can say, thank you for helping me. 谢谢谢您的帮助. So you go 谢谢您的帮助. You follow these ticks. 谢谢您的帮助. They're singing when they're talking, pretty much. And it's a really pretty language, but that's why you hear them fluctuating so much. It's because it's part of the symbol. You hear that a lot in Spanish as well, but not as frequently. Like if I want to say que, like porque, which is, I believe it's kind of like saying for, but if I want to say what, you say que. You stress the que because it has a tick on it. Now, they don't sing song like Chinese do, but it does show the stressing. However, we're not going to be focused on that nearly as much. I'm going to be doing stressing the way Latin does. The way Latin does it is by just having a natural rule of which one stresses when. So, the language does have stress. And I'm going to have it to where the syllables are stressed always next to last in the word. Okay, there we go. So, let's say... do I want it to be first or last? Because when stressing words, you can do these little ticks. Let me figure it out. So their words are tra, that's their first symbol. Ko, that's the second syllable. Tra, ko, vish, that's the third syllable. So which one would sound better being stressed? They also have words like prush, ka, which, from those of you who were here, you know what prushka means. It means the child. This is child. This is the article the. And when you connect it to it, it means just the child. You can also use prush as a very common way to say a name, or you can use it to describe someone. Like prush mish ka. Prush mich ka. So what sounds better when it's stressed? I would like to do the second to last syllable. So something here and here. So that's going to be my rule. The second to last syllables will always be stressed. So if you want to say trakovish, you say trakovish, 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 trakovish prushmihka. I want to stress most of those syllables. They probably won't have stress when it comes to... let's see, if I wrote an entire sentence, how would the stress structure sit down? Let's say, I want to say... the boy... runs. No. I have words for the language, so let's go look at them. Jump. Okay, there's a word for jump. If I could find it. I can't find it anymore. Uh-oh. Verbs. Okay. Swich. Swich is jump. So in order to say to jump, I want to say the boy jumps the fence. Let's come up with a quick little sentence here so I can figure out the stressing. And you can do this with your language. Write out a quick little thing of what you think it would sound like, and then figure out the stressing. Be like, huh, this sounds nice. And you can always come back, remember. So, boy, prush av ka, because prushaf, remember, af is the symbol to mean this is a male, this is a masculine. Ka is the, which I will get into later. And then jump, swich, and then fence. What's the word for fence? Step. So, I remember, I've changed my vowels a little bit. So, prush, af, ka, swich, step. Let's see, I would have it stoop. I'm going to change it to this. Stoop. So, prush, af, ka, swich, stoopka. Because it's the again. So, I'm going to speak this a few times and figure out when I want to stress stuff. So, prushafka, swich, stoopka. I am stressing this a bit more. Prushafka, swich, stoopka. Prushafka, swich, stoopka. I'm not really stressing on this. Pruashka, pruash, prushaf, prushafka, prushafka, swich, stoopka. I am kind of stressing this. So, yeah, I think this way of stressing will work. So, my rule from now on is in every word, I am going to stress the syllable before the last one. So, ka is the last syllable in this word, so I stress af. Same thing here. It's technically the first one, but it's also technically the one before the last one. And if it's single syllable, there's no stressing. So, prush avka, swich, stupa. That's how I'm going to be stressing it from now on. And some of the stressing could be softer or gone. It just depends on how the language rolls off the tongue. But this is going to be the general rule of thumb for my language. The language has stressed syllables, commonly being stressed on the next to last syllable in a multi-syllable word. If the word is single syllable, there is no stress. There we go. So that's going to be my sound variation. That's going to be my stuff. Now, syllable structure. We've already done syllable structure, but I'm going to fill it out. So we can close this out. We don't need it. Goodbye. I don't need this either. Okay, so syllable structure. It's CCVC. Oh, good morning, Bulba. So what in the world did I just say? CCVC. So the C in this little symbol here. Where's my hand? Uh-oh. I don't see my mouse anywhere. Interesting. My mouse disappeared for a second. But here you can see I wrote down CC and VC. C's represent consonants, and the V represents vowels. So this is how we're going to make syllables. For those of you who know what a syllable is. It's the single tick of a sound before it reaches its first vowel or consonant. Now, in a lot of languages, you'll usually see those, like for us, our syllables can get pretty crazy. Now, in Japanese, syllables are all they are. So I'm going to use them as a pretty good example at the moment. For example, we know the, let's see, English word for bridge again. It is hashi. But that's 2 syllables. Ha, shi. And the way they take that is with a consonant, vowel, consonant, vowel. This is how most, if not all, of Japanese is written. It's with consonant vowel letters put together to get hashi, kokoro, sora. All of it is these soft little quips of consonant vowel. Some languages have more than that. English, for instance, this is considered a single syllable because you say it in one little tick. You don't have any spacing in between it. Strengths. Some could argue that it's 2, but it only has 1 vowel, and it has all of these consonants wrapped around it. It technically has st, t, r, and then eng, g, th, s. It technically has 3 consonants and then 4 consonants behind it. It's fucking crazy. English is nuts. But this is what I mean by 3 consonants preceding a vowel. This is technically a syllable. Strengths. For my language, I am only going CC, VC. This is not allowed. Not in my language. They cannot pronounce that, or they will lose their brains. They can also not really pronounce this either. Str. It's dumb to them. They can either have sta or shra, and that's it. They cannot have stra. Not like this, at least. However, in the back, it starts to get a little crazy. Because while this is allowed for single syllables, I have recently learned something fun that I can play with called, I believe it's middle syllables? Shit. Oh no. It's not quite the... I'm gonna have to look it up. I don't remember the term anymore. It's so new to me. Uh-oh. But what I'm working with right now, this CCVC, I'm going to figure out what letters can fit into each of these slots. So let's go over to that. So this is my syllable structure chart. Isn't it nice and lovely looking? And my structure, as you can see here, by default I put it as CV, because that's just the default. But I'm going to, oh dear, I'm going to change it to be CCVC. And I put it in little brackets because the brackets mean it's optional. Now, in order to figure out which symbols these are, we have to find something called the onset, the nucleus, and the coda. And I've already explained what these are, but for those of you who are new and don't know what they are, I'll go over it. Nucleus is a pretty easy term to understand. It just means the middle of the syllable, and it's always going to be a vowel. For us, my vowels are going to be a, e, I, o, u, and u. Those are my 6 syllables that are going to be in there. However, I have diphthongs. So those diphthongs are also going to be in there, but we'll cover that when we get to it. So that is my nucleus. Now onset. An onset is all of the consonants that are in the front. And I have these written down already. Down here, you can see that I have it all written down. Syllable structure, the CCVC, the consonant, consonant, vowel, consonant. My consonant clusters that I'm allowing, which can only be two consonants because I only have CC, I have written down here. And these are what you're going to see in the front of a word. In that onset, right here. So, my rules for consonant clustering. I will never start a cluster with an M or an N or a H sound. I do not have an H anymore. I removed it. I also removed an Ng, and I removed these. So, we don't have to worry about those anymore. I can actually just erase them. So let's do this. Goodbye, goodbye, and goodbye. So, I'm never starting a cluster with N, H, R, or L. So I can actually never start a cluster with L. If I want to say lag, it doesn't really work that way. Or lag, it's hard to pronounce. I will commonly start clusters with P, B, T, D, K, G, F, V, S, and Sh. So I can say pra, bra, la, bla, tla, dla, kra, kna, gra, stuff like that. And I also wrote a little excerpt of over here. So I can't begin a cluster with an M, so I can't use the word mlem. Mlem is not a word in my language. You could never do it. However, if I start my cluster with a B, I can definitely say blep. Blep is a word. It can be a word. And I will never cluster ch and j. And I can get rid of ka because ka is no longer part of my language. And that is my rules that I have taken down because it's just easy to pronounce. You can do this if you would like to, or you can just sit there and figure out what symbols sound nice together. However, if you're not making consonant clusters, you don't have to worry about it. Because not every language has consonant clustering. A lot of syllabic languages don't. Japanese does not. Aztec does not. It's another syllabic language. I don't know if Korean does, but I'm pretty sure it has a bit of consonant clustering. Alrighty, so once I have all of those little rules written down, I go, okay, what's my onset? What starts my words? What are common starting words? Like, for instance, English, like I said, we can have pl as in play. We can have bruh as in braid. We can have tra as in truck. We can have stra as in strength. Those are our consonants all wedged together to make noises. So what I did is figure out what sounds can go together correctly. And this was just from trial and error. Alright, and these are all singular consonants, not using ch, ch, or j, because these cannot be clustered. I already put that in my rule. So, a lot of good clusters that I like to do is pra, pla, tra, tla, kra, and or kra and kla. I should probably be pronouncing it correctly. And then I did the voiced version of those. Bra, bla, dra, tla, gra, and gla. It sounds really weird, yes, but tra and tla, you can use L on TL. So tla, tlato, tlato. It sounds a little funny, and it starts coming out kind of like a tla sound, but it's just how they pronounce it. Same thing with D, dlado, dlado. you can use an L with a D. We don't do that in English. It's hard. It's hard to do, but for them it's easy. It's because they've done it their whole lives. It also may help that their tongues are a little forked. So their tongues can pronounce these clusters that we can't quite do. And same thing with fa and va. You can have fra and fla and vra and vla. And with s and sh, sa and sh, you can have spa, sta, ska, or shpa, shta, and shka. Shka, prushka. Really fun. And these onsets can change as I work with my letters here. But remember, these are all onset letters. These are all letters that are going to start a word. So let's figure all that out. What is my onset going to be? Of course my onset is going to be all of my letters in my consonants, which is ma, na. Here, let's scroll up just a bit so I can see everything. Like so. So we're going to have ma, na, pa, ba, ta, da, ka, ga, sa, sha, fa, va, cha, ra, la, cha, and ja. Those are my single consonants that will begin a word. Now, some of them are not going to start a word. I'm going to have to remove them, but I've written everything down just to have, and we can start picking them out. So, ma is fine as a word. Na, pa, ba, ta, da, ka, ga, sa, sha, fa, va, cha. No. We're not having cha as a starting of a word. Chato sounds silly. So, ra is fine. Oh, Lobo, thank you for the pet. I like pets. Oh, I'm excited for the pet. Thank you for the pet. Sorry for making weird noises. I just got excited. Alrighty, so, yeah, like I said, I removed cha, because I don't want cha to be the start of a word. Not for this. So, mar, nar, par, bach, tach, dach, kach, gach, sach, shach, fach, vach, rach, la, cha, and jach. Okay. All of these are fine. Just the h sound is not allowed. Because it sounds funky. It's hard for me to pronounce. So I'm removing it. And now, you don't have to remove it if you don't want to. If you feel like your people could say it, keep it. But me personally, I'm going to remove it because it feels more natural to me and it feels more natural to my people. So, for finding onset clusters that are clustered, clustered symbols. Now that we look over here, let's pull this out so I can see it a bit better. And I can start writing it. I hope you guys can see everything. Yeah, you can see most of it. Alright, so commonly start the cluster with pa, ba, ta, da, ka, ga, fa, va, sa, and sha. Okay, so all of it is written down. Oh, I removed cha and ja from... You know what? I'm gonna keep it this time. Apparently in my list, I removed cha and ja from the onset, but I'm gonna keep it. This is a decision that I'm deciding to change. Alright, so all my clusters, how are they gonna work? So, remember what I said. Cannot cluster, so I'm not putting that in. But pa can. And it can cluster with ra, and it can cluster with la. So pra and pla. But yeah, mra, mla, those don't cluster. Na, gna, gra, those don't cluster. But the P does. The B does as well. Ba, bra, bla. Bra and bla. And then the T clusters. Tra and tla. And the D custards. The D clusters into dra and dla. K clusters as well. Kra, kla. And then G, gra, gla. Graduate, and glad. And then I have the FV. Also do it with fra and fla, and then vra, vla. And finally we have sa, which clusters with all of the voiceless, what's the term? Voiceless fricatives, or voiceless stops, I should say. All fricatives can go after voiceless stops. So let's figure that out. Voiceless stops are pa, ta, and ka. So sta, sta, ska, spa, that is spa, sta, and ska. And then we have sh, shpa, shta, and shka. And there we go. I used all of my letters. And I've written down all of my onset rules. These are all the letters that you're going to see coming up with all of my words. And the reason we do this is because we need to figure out our sounds. So like I said, if I want to make a word, I can now go to the onset, close my eyes, throw a dart, and go blam, kra. Okay, cool, we got a KR. Let's look at the nucleus. Let's throw a dart. E. Alright, kri. We have kri. Now coda. Coda is probably going to be all of the consonants that are singular, so you just roll the dice in and go, l, kril, kril, there we go, there's a word. And that's why we need it. So we can figure out our syllables. Kril is a good syllable. So now that we have that, let's start to work on the coda. And I believe the coda is the end of a syllable. In Japanese, the coda will only always be an N, because an N is the only single consonant that they have that can go behind a word. Like, Ryujin. Let's use that as a word. Ryujin. Ryu is a cluster, is a word. Jin is another. This is a syllable, this is a syllable, and it has an N at the end. That is the coda. That is the end. And it's a consonant. So let's go back, and we're going to plug in all of my codas. And like I said, I probably just think all of my codas are singular consonants. However, it seems like I take out ba, da, and ga, which means there are no voiced stops. No voiced stops in my language at the end of the word. And no H because I've removed the H. So, if we're to go back up here a bit and look at all my letters, I have ma, na, pa, ba, ta, da, ka, ga. So ba, da, and ga would be removed. I'm not using them. But I have ma and na. So ma would be at the end. Na. Pa, ta, ka, sa, sha, fa, and va. And then ha, because remember, ha is still there from ich, but I'm not using it as an onset. But I am using it as a coda. So you will never hear gato at the end of, or as a word. Gato will never be a word because we can't have the h sound in the front. But if I say tach or mach, mich at the end, there it is. There's your word. That's where the symbol goes. So I have he, and then r, l, ch, and j. I'm half tempted to take out ch and j. No, I'm gonna just take out j. Just like I took out the 3 voiced stops, I'm gonna take out the voiced sibilant that we have, which is j. J is only going to be seen in the onset and will not be seen in the coda. So a word like chaj will not work, but jach is a word. And there we go. And all codas is going to be 1 letter. I am not going to make 2 letters like this, because they do not have those. And there we go. I can now make syllables for my language. So I can, like I said, close my eyes, throw it at a dartboard, and boom. Tra. Throw it at the nucleus, boom. An A, so tra. Throw it at my coda, boom. Trash. And there's another word, trash. Or syllable. Might not actually be a word. Some words don't need to be multiple syllables. But I hope that helps you guys. Oh wow, we're only halfway done with the stream, so I could keep going for like another 2 hours. It felt later than that. I've been talking so much, it feels like I've done more than that. Alrighty, so now that we have the syllable structure, there is something that I want to work with, and I believe it's called medial letters. So let me look for it. Oh, not medical, medial. There we go. So medial consonant clusters is something that I actually recently learned to take up. Because for the most part, I kind of don't work with cluster-heavy languages when making them. But if I'm going to be making a lot of words with a lot of consonant clusters like that, I'm going to have to do this. So we're both learning today. So, does the language have diphthongs? Does it have triphthongs? Does it have digraphs? And does the language have medial consonant clusters? So we're going to work on that here in a minute. But first things first, I'm going to cover the diphthongs. Now, what is a diphthong? We actually have a lot of those. It's when you take 2 vowel sounds, and you put them together. So, for instance, how do we say bright? We write it down like this. B-R-I-G-H-T. However, if we're writing this in the IPA, remember, most of these letters aren't even pronounced. We pronounce it B-R-A-E-T. Bright. Bright. Bra-eat. That is a diphthong. Because it's an A and an E put together. Bright. Now, Japanese doesn't really have that either, but many languages do have diphthongs. In fact, English is made up of most diphthongs. We just can't really hear it because we assume the sound we're making is just 1 letter because we only see 1 word there, 1 symbol there. But, like, the words, our letters even, our vowels. I, or A, E, I, O, and U. A is pronounced A. E is literally just the E symbol. I is I-E. So A, E, I, O. And then U uses a Y sound. So A, E, I, O, U. If we want to use the word bow, it's not written like that. It's bow. So these are our diphthongs. So we're going to figure them out. Now, I already have rules for most of it, which you see here. I put it up here. I made 9 of them, but since I have removed one of these letters, I've actually shrunken my diphthongs a little bit, but I've made it to where I'm using 2 specific vowels as kind of like impromptu consonants. Which sounds a little silly, I know. But some languages do this. So my language does not technically have a Y or a W. It does not have a Y sound, and it does not have a W sound. However, there's some fun little thing called Matres Lectionis, but I'm not going to cover that too much. It's just a fun little thing, and it means mothers of reading or mothers of learning, mothers of literature. But it's a quick little term for when you take a vowel and you use it to represent a consonant, or you take a consonant and you use it to represent a vowel. So if I want to say the word, kind of like if I want to make a fun slang word. If I want to say loose. Loose. It's technically written like this. Loose. And then let's say I want to make it sound really cool, and I put a W there instead. And suddenly that W is a oo. Because I want it to be, so it's loose. Loose. We're going to be doing that, but in the opposite direction. If I want my characters to sound like they're saying switch, let's say they're trying to say switch. Switch. Let's say they're trying to pronounce the English word switch, and they'll say switch. I flipped the switch. They don't really have a W in their language, so how do they say it? How are they pronouncing it? They're going to go su, e, ch, switch. They're using that U as a consonant, basically. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take my I, and I'm going to take my U, my E and my oo, and my E is going to be my impromptu Y, and my oo is going to be my impromptu W. So whenever they are pronouncing words, if they see a word like this, they're not going to say sui, they're going to say sui. They're going to treat it more like a W than a U because of just how the word glides across the mouth. And sui is actually a word, I believe, meaning jump, to jump over something. So I'm going to do that. We're going to take my I and my U, and we're going to put them to every every vowel. It's we won. We won is home. Everyone say hi to Leland. Leland? We won. Oh, you need help, baby? Okay. He just got home. Alrighty, so these are going to be my categories for my Y, and this is going to be my W, just to remember. And then my 6 letters are A, E, I, O, U, and U. Hello. Alrighty. There it is. So, in order to make a ya sound, I'm just going to have iya, iye. I'm not going to have 2 I's together because that's dumb. But I'm going to have iyo, iu, and yu. Same thing with the W. I'm gonna have ua, ue, ui, wo. I'm not gonna have the U in there twice because it's dumb. And I'm probably not going to have U and U put together because that's way too close. I'm also probably going to get rid of ie because ie, they sound pretty close together, and I don't think my language or my people would really develop it that way. So these are how I'm going to find my 8 initial diphthongs, which is ia, io, iu, and u, ua, ue, ui, and wo. There they are. So now I'm going to take the rest and figure out what they would sound like. So I, it's a little too close to home, but I sounds fine. I'm gonna have I and ow. And then there's ow, but ow sounds pretty close to themselves, so I'm just going to keep ow. And ow. Ow sounds a little hard to pronounce, so I'm not going to worry about that. And now we'll look at A. Like I said, it's a little too close to home, but O, A and O, I'm going to go, how about A and O? I think that's okay. And then we have Ia, Io, and then we have U, so we're not going to worry about those. But O, Oa. There could be an Oa, Oe, Oi, O, and O. So I'm going to erase a few of these that I don't want. I don't want Oe. Oe sounds silly. Oi is fine. Oa is okay, but it does sound like we're saying Ui. So maybe I'll get rid of these. A and O. So we'll only have I, ow, A, and ew. Ew. And if I look into my diphthongs here, I have I, ow, A, ya, yo, you, and ua, ue, ui, uo. That's a little hard to say. Good thing I removed some of those, because that's dumb. So these are going to be my diphthongs. I'm going to have my 4 impromptu Ys and my 4 impromptu Ws, and then I'm going to have my 4 regulars. So let's write those down. I'm going to zoom out so I can see what I'm writing, just like that. We're going to go to my sheet, and we're going to put them down. Does the language have diphthongs? Yes. Is it possible for it to have trithongs? Trithongs are exactly what they sound like. If diphthongs, 2 syllables, or 2 sounds is what it is, then what is a trithong? Snacky time? Oh, I see. Ah, crap. Let me go grab... I'm gonna grab a popsicle to cool myself off. I just saw my model freak the fuck out. I sat down and I went, whoop. That was funny. I got a popsicle. Thank you for the snacky, Lobo. Something nice and cool. And light. Oh. I should get more, chocolate covered raisins. I missed them. I ran out. So I have no more snacky to grab. I'm a sad bat with no snack. Crunch. Popsicles are really refreshing, though. It's a hotter day today. And it's good if I'm craving something sweet. Alrighty. So I'm going to write down all of my consonant clusters, which I have come up with. I, ow, a, ew. Might actually get rid of ew. It was hard to say. Oa. Oi. Oh. Alrighty. And then I'm going to go ia, io, I, iu, I, u, and then uwa, ue, u, I, uo, and that's it. So those are all my diphthongs. Yay! We don't have triphthongs, which is three vowels stuck together, which is, it's kind of like if I said oya, oya, oya. It's like O-I-A put together, oya. Oh, and if you want to say the British way of saying hour, you say awa, awa. Those are technically triphthongs, but we don't have those. Now, digraphs. Oh no, why did I put that in here? What's a digraph? I forgot. Oh no! Hee me am dumbbones. Oh. It technically does have digraphs, but we don't have to cover that. Digraphs are just two letters that sound pretty similar put together, like chair. It's two letters put together to make a sound. My double articulated letters. So we technically have one. It's ch and j, but I already covered that, so I don't need to do that right now. Now I'm going to cover medial consonant clusters, which sounds fucking dumb and hard to learn, but it's not. Too hard, at least. So, what exactly is a medial consonant cluster? Just like the consonant clusters in the onset, and just like the consonant cluster in strengths in the coda, English has words where two syllables come together, and we make even more clustering. For instance, if I wanted to say sketch, ska is the consonant cluster onset, the e is the nucleus, and then the coda is ch, the t-ch. But for us, it's just a ch sound. But if I wanted to say sketchbook, we suddenly have a chb at the beginning, and it sounds a little funky. But these can be technically considered medial consonant clusters. What consonants are allowed to cluster in between these syllables and words? So that's what I'm going to be here figuring out soon. Now I have no idea how I'm going to do that, because that would have to do with a lot of wordplay. I would have to play with the word a lot to figure out how it would line up that way. But I am looking at it really quickly. I'm looking through different lists here. Okay. Let's go up here. Oh, that didn't load. No! Why is learning hard? Why is it behind a paywall? That's sad. Okay. So, I'm not going to play too much with medial consonant clusters yet. I'm going to worry about that when we start making words that have multiple syllables. Popsicle. However, it is going to eventually crop up because of the way my coda and my onset works. So if I make a, let's say I make a word, like I said, prushka is a word. What if I want to say prujban? Prujban. Prushban. It sounds a little silly. Prushban. But I'm saying it so quickly, SH and B sound together. Prujban. Prushban. Prushban. But the way my codex works, the way my setup works, shba isn't really something that goes together. So why does this work when they're clustered together? And this is what I mean by trying to find medial consonant clusters. It's only something I'll be able to truly do once I start working with a larger vocabulary. So we'll fill all that out once I figure it out. Because remember, we can always go back. You don't have to worry about that kind of stuff. Alright, so my phonotactics, we've pretty much covered all of it for the time being, and this is quite a bit of stuff that I do not have to worry about at the moment until I start clustering more and making my world building. My word building, not world building. I mean, technically we are world building, but you know what I mean. And I don't have to worry about harmony at the moment, because we already covered it. Other sound rules, I don't need to worry about this. My sound rules do not have this, by the way. So we don't need to cover it at the moment. So I'm going to go to writing systems. Since we have our vocabulary, we have our phonemes, and we have the basis of our syllables, we can start figuring out how to write. How do we put this all down into an actual cohesive writing system? Well, I've already done that, and you guys got to watch me fumble with it for a good while. I figured out how they write, and it started off with them using charcoal and coal pieces that they've chiseled and used kind of like a rudimentary pen, and then over the thousands of years or hundreds of years that they developed their tools, they started turning this coal into a paste by using a vinegar that they make with mushrooms, and then they turn it into an ink with a combination of this coal, vinegar, and a bit of water. And they started using metal pens that are shaped in a very strange tip, similar to how we do it, and this has basically evolved to where it is today. So as you can see here, here's their pen that they use now. It used to be just a piece of coal wrapped in a silken piece of sheet so they don't get their hands all dirty. And then over years, they figured out how to create this very special ink. It's tacky. It's a little tacky because they use a bit of spider, not silk specifically. It's like the goo that you find on spider webbing. They use the glue and they put just a little bit in this stuff so the ink, it sets and it sticks real quick to the paper they're using. And the paper that they have since developed is actually thin, dried sheets of mushroom skin, as well as mushroom folds or like lungs. You know those very interesting fluttering layers underneath a mushroom? They use those as well to make paper. They soak them, they stretch them, and then they turn them into a nice coarse paper. And it's pretty thick too. And then of course they bind it with spider leather. Because they're spiders, the skin, the chitin, or the chitin, as I know some people pronounce it, has softened over the hundreds of years that they have been domesticated. The hairs have gotten finer, so it's easier to scrape off. And then they've learned how to tan this chitin into a soft, almost, not quite PVC, a latex. Almost like a latex, somewhat PVC leather. And they use this for bookbinding, so the bookbinding looks like a book out of a bondage thing or something, but hey, they have it. It's very shiny, very sleek, very lovely book. And this is the product of said writing. This is the writing system that I came up with. However, I'm going to be editing it because some of these letters I have dropped. I don't need them anymore. For instance, I don't need this one anymore. So let's go in here, and I'm going to erase this. I don't need it. I don't use it. I'm also going to scoot these up here, just to make a bit more room. As such. There we go. So the way they write is a little more unique than the standard alphabet. And if I come over here, I can show you exactly how people wrote throughout the thousands of years that language has been a thing. For those of you who don't know what this isn't just an alphabet. This is a writing system. Writing systems make up 7 or 8 different ways we can write. An alphabet is just one of them. So not all languages use an A, B, C, D, E, F, G. That's actually a pretty recent phenomena compared to all the others that we've had up until now. And the first one you see here that I have listed is called an ideograph. And an ideograph is something we kind of use now. I'm sure we know what emojis are. We text, we use emojis, we use emotes, GIFs. We use pictures to show off our emotions. We share memes all the fucking time. These are technically ideographs, especially if they don't have words on them. You're supposed to look at the picture, look at the idea, and be able to get the idea through the image. So, if someone shares you an eggplant emoji, you know the idea they're getting across. They really like eggplants. Or if they're sending you a thumbs up, it means like, yeah, cool, I saw. They send you a heart emoji with sparkles on it. It's like, oh my god, they love my picture or whatever. They reacted that on my art piece. I think they really like my art. That's an ideograph. We're writing with ideographs. It's really cool. This is also what we used to do in proto-writing. This is what we used to communicate with each other before we had anything else. But then that language evolved. And about 5,000 to 6,000 years ago, we found something called a logograph. Now, logograph has to do with writing a symbol to mean a word, like Chinese. You know all those crazy 30,000 symbols that they have in their language? Those are all letters for an entire word. So if I want to say bridge, like I said in Japanese, Japanese also uses the symbols. If you write the word for bridge, it's going to be one symbol. And that is the logograph. Now, some languages, like I said today, still hold on to their logographic nature. Chinese does. Japanese has a lot of different ways to write. Logograph is one of them. Korean actually used the same logograph for a while, but have recently dropped it completely in favor of a much easier one. So, what is the next evolution of a logograph? Well, for some languages, it's to use a syllabary. Now, what is a syllabary? As you can understand the word syllable, it's one letter for every syllable. Japanese does this quite a bit. As I've shown, they are very consonant vowel heavy when writing. Hashi, kokoro. They have these very consonant vowel beats that are easy to pick up. And each one is their own symbol. No is its own symbol. Ka is its own symbol. It's really interesting. But not just the Japanese did that. The Mayans actually did it too. The Mayans had a symbol per sound. So if they wanted to write their word, let's say Balam, they would use the word, they would use the three symbols Ba, La, Ma. Now, yes, they have an A at the end of that Ma, so the word is technically written Balama, but they usually cut out the last vowel like that if the vowel was the same as the one of the previous syllable. So because it said Balama, because of that echo vowel, they cut it out, so it's just Balam. If it was written Balamo, they would just say Balamo. But since it's an A, a third A, they cut it. Which is a fun little thing that they like to do. Now, after that, something started to take shape. I'm not sure exactly when, but I want to say roughly 3,000 years ago. People started writing in just letters. And that's because, well, logographs and syllabaries can be kind of hard, especially when you're trying to write stuff quickly and get information across very fast to a friend. And that's when the Semitic languages started coming out. Now, I'm sure we know the word Semitic. It's kind of a loaded word for some reason nowadays. But Semitic languages are languages such as Hebrew, Ancient Phoenician, all those really old first alphabet languages. But they're not quite alphabets. They never used vowels when they wrote. And there's a very specific reason for this. We all know Ancient Egyptian. We know that they use pictures to write. And their pictures are technically logographic at times. They can represent whole words. But for the most part, they represent letters. They represent sounds. But they don't use vowels. So when you're reading in Egyptian, you're just reading their consonants. Which is why a lot of Ancient Egyptian names have E's in the middle. Because we don't know what their vowels were. So we just fill it in. Like Hatshepsut? That's just us guessing what her name was. I can show you how they actually wrote it. Now, I don't quite remember the actual symbols, but they used this. That's how they wrote it in their letters. Hatshepsut. We don't know what the actual vowels were. So what we do is we take these little diacritics that we think could be vowels, like this. This is an sound. It's like a catch in your throat. It's called a glottal stop. We say it all the time. If you say uh-oh, it's that catch. So it's Hatshepsut, but we pretend that's an A, so we say hot. And then we're like, well, there's gotta be something there, right? So we just say, fuck it. They said Shep, right? I don't know. And remember when I talked about the matres lectionis, where sometimes they would substitute consonants for vowels? Sometimes Egyptologists will think that if they see a W there, it could just be a U. So, Hatshepsut could just be a soot. So, Hatshepsut, that's where we get the name. But it's all just a bunch of guesswork at the end of the day. We don't know. And we can't figure it out because no one's around and alive to tell us who was from there. So, ancient Egyptians, not writing with their vowels, writing with a bunch of weird, complicated letters. And then the Semitic tribes who picked up on this way of writing said, hey, that's fucking hard. We're not doing that. So they came up with the first abjad. Now, an abjad is pretty close to an alphabet. In fact, the Hebrew word for their alphabet, they call it aleph-bet. Very similar. Because that's their language for it. But an abjad is just an alphabet without vowels. It's literally that. So instead of writing like this, like, hello, my name is Desmond, they would say, hello, my name is Desmond. Very confusing, but if you're in the language and you don't have a whole lot of vowel room, but you have a bunch of consonants, it's pretty easy. And Hebrew does have a good bit of consonants. In fact, they have about 5 or 6 more than we do. And then after that, there was one more change. The Greeks went, hey, we need a new language system. This Abjad thing seems pretty cool, but guess what? We like to show our vowels. So how do we do that? They took the Phoenician letters and they figured out how to remove whatever they didn't need. Because like I said, remember that little stop right here? That glottal stop that we think is an A? The Hebrews have that. It's called an aleph. And for them, they write this little symbol. It's a cow. Aleph. But it represents a catch in the throat. Bilba, you're not new. But for those of you who are new, hello! I am Desmond Dracula, a vampire bat butler, also known as a battler. I go by he, him pronouns, and I like to draw as well as world build on Wednesdays. I also play a variety of games from RPGs to roguelikes. Ow. And I eat popsicles. I was just finishing it off before I continued to talk. But they took this little glottal stop and they said, hey, this is dumb. Let's make it an A instead. So the symbol eventually started to look like this because it tilted on its side. And then finally the Greeks said, let's turn it over. That's easier. And then we got ah. Which is why C exists as it does, for fun. A fun little context. Because it's called an abgad. Because the original symbols were A, B, G, D in the abjad or abgad. But the Greeks did something with that G. Well, technically not even the Greeks. It was the Etruscans that did it. They were the first ones who were really manhandling this language. But the thing is, they don't have a G sound, they only had a K sound. Ah, Lobo. Thank you for the Ah, popsicle juice. It was orange flavored. Ah, pop my back. I got myself a tiny little illegal stretch, don't tell anyone. But yeah, the Etruscans got a hold of this thing, and the G sounded dumb to them, and they just pronounced it as a C or a K, instead of a G. Because remember, G is just a voiced K. And that's how we got our alphabet. So that is literally every single writing system, pretty much, that we can deal with, aside from a couple others that are a little more finicky. So we've covered our ideograph, which is the proto-writing, emojis, symbols, logographs, which are glyphs that represent a word, syllabaries, which it's a word, it's a symbol that represents a syllable, ka, ta, pa, no, na. Yeah. I see. Ah, of course. To be fair, if I am speaking as a butler, there's not going to be too much more of an intonation. But very well, if you say so, Maestro Bulba. Continuing on with Abgad, it is a series of glyphs that represents a continent and has no vowels, and that did indeed evolve into what we know as the modern-day alphabet, which spread like wildfire thanks to Phoenician traders who crossed the Mediterranean over hundreds of years, spreading the writing system to the Greeks, the Etruscans, which later became Latin, the Irish, the Welsh, the Norse, and Georgian, everyone in between. They covered everything. However, not everyone settled with an alphabet. There are languages that work similar to an alphabet, however, they don't quite write with their vowels. They have gotten used to a certain way of writing that Hebrew has done. They still write with their vowels, however, their vowels are not symbols with consonants. They are instead markers, ticks, on top of and under their consonants. So, a bit like an abgad, where you only write consonants, but you can still tell where the vowels are and what vowels are being used because they are markers. We are actually working with an abugida. That is the writing system that I have chosen for my language, and it works very well, and I will show you how soon. However, there is one more that we did not quite cover, and it's actually one of the newest kinds of writing systems that we've ever seen. And funnily enough, it was invented by a Korean emperor, as well as a large group of men that he hired to help with this. So the Korean language, the Korean writing system called Hangul, is a featural alphabet, a featural writing system. They took the different sounds that has ever been found in their language, and they deliberately put a letter to it to show what that sound is. For instance, if it's an O, they will have it as an O sound. They will have the shape of the mouth. They will have the shape of the throat. They will actually show a diagram of what you're pronouncing. It's very interesting. Thank you, Usagi, for going after the little liars in my chat. Although I do appreciate all of you, even if you are impetulant and you bully me very gently. So, with that out of the way, and I have explained how all of the writing systems work, I can now get off the clock because I'm sick of talking like a butler. But, yeah, each writing system does make more sense with how words are written. For instance, if you have a language with really heavy consonant clustering, you don't want to use a syllabary. That's gonna be fucking difficult. You're gonna need a new symbol for every consonant cluster plus vowel. I mean, you could do that, but that's really fucking dumb and hard. Also, grammar rules affect what kind of writing system evolves as well. For instance, Chinese works really well with its symbols because it technically doesn't have any tenses that ever changes. For us, we say stuff like, I have an apple, or I had an apple. The VE will change to a D. They don't do that. They will just say, I have apple, but if they want to say it in past tense, they add a word into it. They add a new symbol completely. They don't shift it around. So it works really well for them. If you want to say something new, just plug in a new symbol or word. Done. A Japanese kind of works like that, but it's clear that it's evolved away from that because they use syllabaries as well. However, you don't want a syllabary, like I said, with a heavy consonant clustering language. That's going to be bullshit. So, which is why Japanese's language is very consonant vowel, because it's very syllable heavy. And so the syllabary is very good for it. Abjads work pretty well for languages that have a good amount of consonants with less vowels, because you're relying more on the consonant than you are the vowel. So let's say you have a language with 30, not too much, 25 consonants and 3 vowels. An Abjad would work great for that, because you don't really need to worry about writing down vowels. You just have to remember the context of where they're at. And Abugidas are from languages that have evolved from these writing system of Abgad, but you have a lot of vowels, and you have a lot of diphthongs, so you're like, okay, hold up, listen. I need a way to write all this shit down, and then you get the Abugida, where you start putting your vowel on top of your on top of your consonant. Like, okay, this is a P, and then I'm gonna put the A on top of it. Did it. And that's what we're working with today. Which is what you're going to see here. So as you can see, these are my consonants, and these are my vowels, and this is how I write it. So let's say I want... Oh, right, and I am going to be removing some of these letters because I don't need them anymore. So I do not need ng, because I don't have it. I do not need ko, because I don't have it. And I do not need these two, because I don't have them anymore. I also don't need h. I have p, b, t, d, k, g, f, v, ch, r, l, s, sh, ch, and j. Now, I might switch out a few of these letters, because I really like the symbols. Oh, get out of here. But I am going to at least erase this, to show myself that I don't have them anymore. I don't need these. Oops. There we go. I can get rid of that. I really like my L symbol. Oh, I don't like my S symbol. Hold on. And kwa. Okay. So, h looks like that. Oh, and I don't have h. And I don't like the h symbol. It looks dumb, so I'm going to erase that. But I like this symbol. It looks really nice. And I like my N, but I might make this symbol this one. So I'm gonna move some of these around. Does this look better? It does match a bit more. P and B. The B looks kind of ugly, I'm not gonna lie to you, so I'm gonna move that up here. I might make this a B, because this just looks prettier. T and D. As you can see, they're kind of similar to each other. A lot like how English does it in some aspects. P and B. P, the voiceless, is just a circle with a stick going down, while B, the voiced version, is a stick going up. Like, it's a flipped version. So it's okay to have your letters kind of match. And that's kind of what I did here. M and N match. P and B kind of match. T and D kind of. K and G sort of. F and V. So they might have had a writing reformation recently. They might have gone, okay, some of these letters look a little wonky, let's have a reform, which is what Hangul did. So these guys might have actually had a reform a few hundred years ago. Because they were like, hey, these letters, fucking stupid looking. So I want to say, yeah, I want to say they had a reform. Now, some of the letters are probably kind of wonky. Yeah, also, can I just say that English probably needs a reform? Because holy fuck, do we spell words dumb. For a lot of letters that we have in our language, we do not say them anymore. Then that is called historic spelling. The letters stay there, but we don't pronounce them anymore. You know what else needs to be reformed? Tibetan. Tibetan does the same thing. It has a bunch of dumbass letters and spots where I will not pronounce them, but some of them change what the other letters sound like. Kind of like, we put E's at the end of our words, but you don't pronounce the E's, but it will change what the word sounds like. Which is like bit versus bite. It's really weird and really interesting, but Tibetan does that too. Just goes to show you. Shit's old. Alright, I'm gonna scoot these up a little more. I might switch out this S, because this letter's a little wonky looking. But I don't know what to switch it out for. I am gonna get rid of this. I'm not a fan of it, but this is really pretty. But I'm not sure what to do with it. Also, it looks too much like an H. Okay, I'm gonna put this here. I'm gonna bring this over here just to clean it up a little bit. Oh, that's a little low, isn't it? Just pop it up a little closer. There we go. Okay. I think I'm gonna do that. I think I'm gonna get rid of this and put this here instead, because that just looks really pretty. I like the symbol. But the rest of them look fine. And of course, some of them do look a bit wonky. They don't look like they belong, but that's okay. Just because there was a spelling reform doesn't mean that it's completely accurate. It just means they've cleaned up their stuff over the time. But maybe there's been some changes here and there to the sounds, and this is what the sounds are currently written as. There we go. So this is my writing system. It is an abugida. They write with a calligraphic pen. So if they want to say words like, let's say prushka again. Prushka is a lovely, lovely word. We're going to do this. P. And then an R. Which does this. Pru. And then to show an U, they put the U on top of that. So pr, r, u, sh. And then we have a sh, which is this. With a line. Prush. And then ka. So they have a K, which does this. And then an A that curls on top, like that. Prushka. Which means the child. And this is why I really like the abugida look. So when they write prushka, prush is this word, and then ka is this. But you see how it's all one stacked little letter? Ka, it's a K-A. You can kind of almost associate this as the word for the. If I want to say the, it's this. Ka. And this works for every attachment that I want to do. What I'm going to end up doing is having it to where no word can begin with a consonant or with a vowel if it's a suffix, which is what a ka is. It's the suffix for the article. But I am new, brand new. You're not new, bulba. So if I want to say boy, I'm going to have to change how that works. So for boy, you want to say pru. Prush. And I used to have it be off, but I'm going to change that. Prush. What letter do I want to use? Mav, maybe? Mav? Prushmav. Maybe Mav. So Mav will mean boy. Well, it's the masculine adage that they will use to click on. So in order to write Prujmav, you will write this again. Pro P R U Prush. That's Prush. And then Mav is... Where's my M? Oh, it's up here. M A, which is the curl, and then a V. Prujmav. And while this is technically one word, they can consider this piece of it to be like a masculine symbol for it. And if you want to say Prujmav Ka, you can have Prujmav Ka, and then you write down the Ka, which is this, and then an A. Prujmavka. And just looking at this, you're kind of able to see which syllable is which. Here's this one, here's this one, and here's this one. And it makes it a lot easier for their eyes to just read it over really quick. Thank you, Blippi, for the sippy. The itty sip bot. Gremlin. So yeah, that's how I'm gonna do this. And this is why I want to change a few things in how their suffixes work, because I want it to match better with their writing system, because their writing system evolved to make it easier to read and quicker to read. Like, let's go back to Japanese again. There's a reason Japanese holds on to their kanji, holds on to the big symbols that they got from Chinese, and that's because when they're reading quickly, they see certain symbols and they just know what those mean, because they're used to seeing them. If they're reading a newspaper and they hear something about, I don't know, they hear something about water, and they see this symbol, and they read past it quickly, they know that that's water. They don't have to read as many symbols. So that's what these are. These become shorthand symbols for ka, mav, brush. And in its own way, it just makes it easier for people to scan their eyes over. So that is what I'm going to do. Now we go back here. We figured out our writing system. How are the glyphs written down? We know that as well. They use mushroom paper. Here, let's do this real quick. So I figured out what my system is going to be. My writing system. Let's go this way. It's an abugida. And now that I have all that, I can actually copy it. Like this. Where is it? Aha! Let's copy it. And let's plop it in my sheet. Boop! There it is. Oh dear. It's a little too big though. Let's shrink it. Oh, I shrunk it the wrong way. I shrunked it. Alrighty. Oh, nope, not quite. Okay. So there it is. There's my writing system. Actually, let's do it a little better. Looks a little silly. Hey, where's my... Hello? Where's my eraser? Why isn't it working? Well, that was weird. Whatever. So it's not technically an alphabet. It was going to be an alphabet, but I have since cut out that notion. Alright, let's plop it in here, and let me adjust it properly this time. There we go. And now let's put it in the middle. Nope. 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 I lied. That works better. Sorry, I'm struggling here with it for a second. Eh? Let's just fix it. So I'm not ruining it. How do I get it in the middle? There we go. Alrighty. I put down my rating system. And it is an abugida. Now, how are the glyphs written down? Now, the first thing I'm going to cover is that the vowels hop over the consonant that they're after. So, in ka, you have a K, and then after that is an ah, so the ah goes over the K. So, the vowels are written as diacritics, which is another word for marks, basically. It's marks that you put over consonants. So the vowels, that's an S. The vowels are written as diacritics. I'm probably going to make a few examples of how they write, but for now, it's written as diacritics over the consonant that they follow. For example, the word ka will be written with the letter, the glyph for with the A. How am I gonna word this? The word ka will be written with the A on top of the K. There we go. Close enough. And now I can go in and actually make little writing examples here. So I'm gonna do this over here. So ka will be this K symbol. And then the A on top. There we go. Ka. Now the one thing that I need to figure out though is how am I going to handle diphthongs? Because I have a good amount of diphthongs. So, now that I've thought about it for a minute, let's see. I'm gonna work with the two most common diphthongs that I know, the ones with I and U being followed by something. So like sweet. Sweet is a word with a diphthong. But how am I gonna do that? Let's make them capital, like I did the other word. Sweet. So, of course, we're going to write the S down first. So, it's this. You do this little tick, and then you come down and you loop it. Give it a sassy little tail. But here we have a UI. How is that going to work? You can only really fit one letter on top. So how am I going to fit a second one? So the U and the I are both double dots and dashes. Like this. This is a U, and this is an I. But I can't really fit that over here, unless I, like, really try to wedge it in. And that looks fucking silly. I could have put them underneath and next to each other, but at that point, I'm taking up so much vertical space, it's getting harder to write. So what I'm thinking of doing is having an U here, like this, and then we can do a quick little line, like that, to kind of act as a buffer, and then add that. So that is sui, and then I add the h symbol, which does this. I think that'd work pretty well. You add this little nub here to act as like a stand for it, and it just rolls in. Yeah, I think that could work. You add a stand to it. Because I don't have a single letter that has just a line. SH comes close, but it does this. And S is kind of close, but it has a tail. So if I just do a line, boom, there it is. Sweet. I think that's how I'm going to do it. You okay, babe? Okay. I heard stuff move and I was worried. So yeah, this is how I'm going to do this writing system. So I'm going to copy these and I'm going to paste it in there. And use these as examples. So, the vowels are written as diacritics over the consonants that they follow. For example, the ka will be written with an A on top of the K. Let's put these in brackets here so I can see them stand out a little bit better. When there is a diphthong, a letter with a single line that represents a stand will go in place, will go under the second vowel. So then I will come down here and I will paste that as an example. There we go. So that is ka, showing off that the A sits on top. And then this is the line showing that that's what happens when you have two vowels. So there we go. That's the writing system. At least the basics. I don't have punctuation and all that, but I will figure it out later. So which direction is it written? I'm going to have it go left to right. Easy for me because I'm actually a lefty, as you can see here. This is my left hand. And it's easier for me to just go... I mean, well, technically it'd be easier for me to go right to left, but I've designed the language to go from left to right. Because for my people, most of them are going to be right-handed anyway, so it's going to just make more sense. So, the direction it's written... of left to right, top to bottom. So they go from left to right, and they start at the top of the page and go to the bottom of the page. Because some languages go vertically too. So it is written of left to right vertically, or horizontally, from top to bottom. There we go. And does it have punctuation? Yes, but I'm going to have to figure that out later. I don't think they would have commas. I feel like if they don't really need commas, not with the way their grammar works. However, I do feel like they have spacing. They do space their letters. They space their words, just like we do. And I do think they would separate out their sentences. Now, what exactly that punctuation is going to look like, I will have to play with for a bit. But for now, we're going to tack a pin in that and come back later. Now, word building. We've seen me do this already, but I'm going to do it again. And I'm going to show it off. I'm also going to save this document, this picture, so I don't lose my stuff. But you've seen me go through this already here. Who's going to speak it? What sounds does it have? What syllables does it have? What's its writing system? And now we're starting to head into grammar. So here we go. We're going to make some independent words, which I already have here, kind of. I took my syllable structure, my consonant clusters, and I just started generating a bunch of words. I got the words vlot, raun, stup, kav, kov, swich, prush, spien, klar, but that's not a word that I'm going to keep very well. It's going to be pronounced klar. It's hard to say. Klaf, dra, bruen, vlia, grioch, trich, or trich, sorry, voix, and wot. These are just words that randomly generated because I actually put it in a generator. I can show that to you. Let me go grab it real quick. Here it is. This is a generator. It's called awkwords. So whenever making a language, you can have the ipeachart.com, and then you can go to awkwords or akana.conlang.org/tools/awkwords, or just Google awkwords. It's a word generator. And what you do is, this is any letters for patterns that you want, but V you can use for vowels, C you can use for coda. I use this for onsets, and then N for the end of the syllable. So how I usually do it is I plug in my letters that I need into all of this, and then I generate it. And it's really fucking fun. So let me actually do that real quick. We can plug all these in. So I'm going to come up here to my syllable structure. I'm going to copy my nucleus, boop, which are all vowels. I'm going to plug them all into the vowels, like that. And then if I want my initial onset... Actually, I'm going to do this. I'm going to make this an O for onset. And I'm going to paste that in. And then I'm going to make this an N for nucleus. Biology. Biology! But I'm going to paste that in there for my nucleus. And then I'm going to have this be a C for my coda. I'm just gonna plump that in there. Alrighty, I got all my stuff. I saw nucleus and guessed biology. Oh, no. Well, I mean, you're technically right, but nucleus also means the middle or core of a syllable. It's always a vowel. So what I'm going to do is go O-N-C. So I want an onset, a nucleus, and a coda pattern. And I want 100 words. Get rid of the duplicates. Let's generate some words. It's going to look real wonky, but we're going to try this. Bam. Alright, so these are all of our words that it just randomly generated. So I have krot, blech, full, cum, gauk, sorry. Spoon, greif, stol, kat, flosh, prich, bom, blech, fleece, pwap, fate. And you see how it all kind of filters in? I can do it again. Generate. Stweep. Sweech! There it is, look! The word sweech. It generated. Sur. Troch. Ruem. Skjop. And all of these words, they kind of sound a little awkward sometimes, but that's when you just grab what sounds nice. Like, I like the word skol. Skol sounds really pretty. Skol sounds very pretty. Dluich. Fuv. Friok. Vleit. Vleit sounds very pretty. Vleik, vleit, vreef. I really like vla sounds. Vreef sounds pretty. Tesh, gyosh, skol. I can write all these down and go, okay, these sound cool. I'm gonna use them for something. And then you just keep generating. So that is why we came up with all of these patterns. So that we could plug this in, and if you have ideas for words that you already want to make it. I did not generate the word Trakovish. Trakovish came to me after looking through all of this and going, okay, this is kind of what it would sound like and what they would do. But words like Sweech, Vlot, Spien, Kav, all of that was generated randomly. And it sounded all cool, so I wrote it all down. And you could totally do that too. So I'm going to do that real quick. I really like some of these words, and I'm going to do that. So I have... That's right, Vleit. Vleit was pretty. Vreef was pretty. So I'm going to write down... Vleif. Let's bring this down a little more. Vleit. Tesh is pretty, and Skol. Tesh, Skol, Pribby. Sheesh! Sorry. Troch. Kleid. What? Ah! Oh! Jackson! Thank you for the sub! 2 months! Congrats! Alrighty. Where was I? I forgot. Shao. Shao is pretty. Tausch. Tausch is pretty. Or Twash. Twash is pretty too. Twash. So, stuff like that. I'm gonna work with it. And if I want words that don't have any letters at the end, just hack it off. Like a Tia. Glow. Stuff like that. Just hack it off. I just checked Twitter. Uh-oh. What's wrong, Ryza? What happened with Twitter? Psychologist who worked on Hellblade saying a sacrifice just fall... Oh, dude, that's cool. I'd be like, bruh. Dude, I'd be losing my shit. How are you not losing your shit? I'd be like, oh my fucking god. That's cool. I am? Oh, okay. Just as I thought Desmond was speaking in tongues. I am, Lilin. I am speaking in tongues. Sorry about that. Lilian. But yeah. You can generate your words. We win! Yes, we win! But now that we have a good amount of words to work with, we can go back here. And you can see here in world building, or word building, we've made a bunch of single morpheme independent words, which single morpheme independent words means words that aren't made up of any extra bits. For instance, if I want to say dodge, it's just a word, it's a verb usually, it means you're moving out of the way of something. If I want to say dodgeable, it's like, oh, you're giving it it's now an adjective and you're saying something is slow enough that you can get out of the way. If I say undodgeable, it's still an adjective, but now I'm saying it's impossible to get out of the way of. Those are morphemes. Un and able put together on that word makes it a 3-morphemed word because we have un, dodge, able. What we want is single morphemes. We just want one word. We don't want to add all these extra little bits. We just want one word, one meaning. Just one little noun, whatever. We're working with one thing. Which is what we've made here. So we've done that. I'm going to get rid of this because I've done it. And these are, like I said, some of these are just instructions. Because this is a template. It's to help me and whoever else I send this to go, okay, I can do that, and then they have it. So, word order. Again, I'm getting conlingy flashbacks. I'm sorry, Lilin. Hey, you need help? I'm your man. I do nothing but conlang. Besides draw clothes, and make races, and make their culture. Okay, there's more. I do more than conlang, but listen, I really like conlanging. Conlanging was my first love when it came to world building. I can help. Alright, so word order. Syntax, or word order, is how people order their words when talking. We don't really think about it that much, especially as English speakers, and a lot of languages that we interact with also does the same thing. They go subject, verb, object. Which sounds silly at first, I know. But it means that our topic goes first, subject, and then it goes verb, and then it goes object. So, let's say our subject is a boy. Let's say the verb is hug, and let's say the object is a dog. So, what does this mean? The boy hugs the dog. All I do is literally everything. No, I'm not rereading that. No, no, shh. I'm not looking. Not looking. Uh-oh. What am I looking at in DMs? I am scared. Oh! It's so cute. What the fuck? Hey, who wants to see this? Look at that little man. I love him. No, you shush, pata. You did? What'd you send me? I don't see anything. Wah. I don't, if it's the video, I watched it yesterday. Oh! Kiwi. Hey, Kiwi. I love him. I love Kiwi. Best dressed at the Met. Exactly. He's the best dressed boy at the ball. And look, it's Kiwi. Hey, the Kiwi. I love him. He don't smell. It hurts. He's living the dream. Best dressed at the Met. Man, Kibby! He's a Kiwi. Alright, I'm getting distracted by cute stuff, because Leon's sending me cute stuff. Back on this. So, subject order. So, the syntax. Sentence structure. For us, we go subject, verb, object. We say the boy hugs the dog. And a lot of languages nowadays do that too, the ones that we interact with. German does that too. Boy hugs dog. Spanish, boy hugs dog. Italian, French, boy hugs dog. Latin, boy dog hug. Japanese, boy dog hug. Huh. So, the way some languages actually do this, they don't have to go subject, verb, object. They can go subject, object, verb. Which, fun fact, this is actually the most common way people talk. Our sentence structure is second to this, which is really fucking cool to think about. When it came to the Mayans and the Egyptians, they went verb, subject, object. They put the verb in front. We only do that when we're making a question, and half the time, we don't do that. The subject's still in front. If I want to say, I have a pen, but I want to ask you if you do, I say, do you have a pen? If that do wasn't there, it would still be, you have a pen? We don't even switch it most of the time. German, however, does. German will always say, have you a pen? If it's a question, which is really fun, but I digress. There are languages that don't adhere to the structure that we do. Funnily enough, I believe Chinese actually goes subject, verb, object. But mostly everyone else goes subject, object, verb. And that's what we're going to be working with today. We're not working with verb, subject, object. Sorry, get out of here. We're not working with subject, verb, object either. It's going to be the boy the dog hugs. So that is going to be my sentence structure, which is what you see here. Typical word order. Can it change depending on semantic meaning? I'm not going to have it change. German does change. Semantic meaning means that, oh, is it a question? Is it a command? Just like I said German, it goes subject, verb, object, but the semantic meaning changes to verb, subject, object if it's a question. I'm not going to be doing that. That makes it sound, it's a little too complex for what I'm already planning on putting in. So, typical word order. Let's write this down. Typical word order is, order is subject, object, modifier, and then verb. Modifier just means anything within the word that is not a subject or object. Like, if I want to say the boy plays with the dog, or the boy plays fetch with the dog, with is not technically any of those strict words. It's just a modifier. So that's where it's going to go, after the verb. Now, in verb, subject, object, it seems like modifiers typically come after stuff. But no, that's backwards, actually. But you will see very commonly, such as Spanish, you will hear adjectives and adverbs kind of go after the word that they are describing. Such as, let's say I'm talking about a bunch of red girls, and I say chicas rojas. You know, girls of red, girl red. It kind of goes backwards. And I'm thinking of doing that as well. It's usually common to put mods before during subject object verbs. Like in Japanese, if you want to say a blue umbrella, you say aoi kasa. Aoi kasa. Blue umbrella. But I'm going to break that common rule, because English actually breaks that common rule. If we want to say blue umbrella, you say blue, adjective, umbrella, noun. we put our modifiers of our nouns and verbs after it. So I'm gonna break the rule. So with oh, Con. Welcome home, master. I see you walked in. How you doing, homie? With word descriptors, that's what I'm gonna call them. Word descriptors. Coming after their nouns and verbs. So adjectives and adverbs are gonna come afterward. What?
Lord, even.
There he is.
Lily. Touch a little bit of grass and then I'll smack your ass. There you go. Quote that.
Con. What the fuck?
Oh, hi there.
Blam! Got him. Whoops, finger slipped. Oh, right, you were sick. I'm so sorry. I hope you're feeling better. And I'm doing okay. Bonk. No, do not bonk my mod. My mod is doing good. You will leave Ryza alone. Alrighty. So I figured out how I want it to go. And with that, I'm going to start figuring out my morphology. Now, remember when I said morphemes are those little bits of pieces that we click onto our word to change the meaning? Dodge becomes dodgeable. A bull is a morpheme. And undodgeable, un is another morpheme. So undodgeable, that's 3 morphemes. Dodged is technically considered a morpheme. It's just a noun that chills there, but it's described as that. And a morpheme is just a word which is either dependent or independent that changes the definition of the word that it's attaching to. And it can be a noun, or it can be a particle of a word, like un and or able is technically its own word. But if you put it with dodge, those 2 lone independent words make a new word. Same thing with sketch versus sketchbook. They're 2 words, and they both mean something different. But when put together, your brain comes up with a brand new idea of what it is. Those are morphemes. So technically every word could be a morpheme if you put your mind to it. And then you have the particles of morphemes that don't mean anything, like un, undodgeable. What is un? I don't know, it's not a word. Or like repeat, or return. What's mean? It's not really a word, it's just a piece that you add on, that we have converted into a meaning. What, me? I don't have that much knowledge, I just like language. This is... I'm sure this is stuff Leon had to take tests on. And now he's sighing. Babe, you good? Am I right though? Am I just repeating your college days? I'm sorry. So you know what morphemes are? Good. Do you know how many there are? 4. Actually, technically 5, but 1 is just straight up a regular word. Yeah, sadly, the difference is, I learned this because I'm a hobbyist and I want to. He learned it because he had to for school. He had to learn it because he needed it on his good boy paper to say he could teach. Me, I'm like, I'm just gonna do it. I feel like it. Oh, I disappeared. What? There I go. Sorry, I stood up for a moment so I could fix my chair. My cushion likes to scoot around in my chair, so sometimes I have to get up and fix it. Oof. Alright, I'm back. Oh, my cord is stuck. There we go. But yeah, I do have a good amount of knowledge on this stuff, but I wouldn't remember any of this if it wasn't written down. Which is why I have a template. Oh, a salute for Leon Daddy. Everyone salute. Hashtag Leon Daddy. Yeah. Why not? He's so cute. Anyway. So there are technically 5 types of morphemes. For some reason I put 4 here, even though I have 5 listed. Oh, yeah. Give that salute. Oh, there he is. Look at him.
So I gotta talk about pee-pee to get people. I gotta stop calling it pee-pee.
Yep, you gotta talk about pee-pee in order for people to notice you. Alrighty. But, yeah, there are technically 5 types of morphemes. There is what I just explained. Simple words, simple, words that we own in our language that is nothing else, and that's called lexical. We have lexical morphemes, which are just nouns, verbs, boy, ship, sail, dog, ball, fence. Those are just lexical morphemes, aka fucking words. But if you want the technical term for when we're working on morphology, it's called lexical morphemes. I know it sounds stupid and long and boring, but trust me, it just means words. Now we have derivational. Whoa, oh, my thing flashed. Ladyface! Hello! You are not new. Hey, thank you for the drink, though. Oh man, if you're new, how do you have all those points? Oh man. You fucking brat! I'm gonna just redeem all this shit and then I'm gonna leave. Okay. Alright. I see how it is. Hello, everyone. I am Desmond Dracula, a vampire bat butler, also known as a battler. I go by he, him pronouns, and I like to draw as well as world build on Wednesdays. And guess what? It is Wednesday, so guess what we're doing? I also play a variety of games from RPGs to roguelikes. And then she pops up, says yep, and then leaves again. Bully! You fucking bully! Alrighty. I'll get a little snack too. I just finished my popsicle though. Brats to bullies? Yeah! I mean, what is a brat but just a bully in training? Am I wrong? Thank you, Captain. I'm gonna go get a popsicle.
I have adorable squeals and an adorable voice.
I like how when I walk away, my model goes, haha, I'm gonna hide. Oh, that's BabyCon! Oh, BabyCon!
What the fuck? What? That's what I'm about to say.
Oh, wow.
That's what I'm about to say.
Khan's been talking like that for literal years, I see.
Spit on me, daddy.
Or the wait, Raven and Zoe when trading.
I just heard spit on me, daddy, and now I'm scared.
You,
The sus
Wind
clip.
Trader did. You carried one of my games earlier. How do these players even have time to like look?
You're not going to get the stroke power. You're not going to be able to stroke it as hard as you normally do if you just use your wrist. So dumb. Help. I hate myself. I still hate myself. You gotta use your gotta use your elbow and your shoulder.
I forgot how good you are at this.
Ooh.
You should pace
Oh,
yourself,
baby.
though. We have a lot of tests to do.
I'm discouraged. Baby, you'd be so right. I'm gonna develop a praise kink from all this. God. I hate me. Oh my god. It's so
A lot of self-hate happening in these clips.
She wants me dead, but I find that attractive.
Fucking Jax. Jax is great. Alright, let me hide my stickers so my cat won't steal them. Because he legitimately tried to take them out of my hand yesterday. We do love Jax in this house. Jax is a good boy. Jax is a very sweet, sweet guy. Alrighty. Kiwi. Alright. So yeah, lexical, we know what that is. It's just words. Derivational morphemes is what I was explaining earlier, like un, re, ness, like kind is kindness, return, undo, undodgeable, all those fun little words that don't actually mean anything, but they change the meaning of the word. Ah, squeaks! I'm being bullied. Fine, I will do squats. While squeaking. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wah. Yeah. Shout out, cat. Little brat. More like chaotic. Cat brat. No. I tried. Oh, no game? What kind of game is that? Oh, that sounds fun. Oh, pets! You're not safe. We will get something. Thank you for the pet, Lobo. I'm gonna plop it right on my little cheek. Thank you. Let me enjoy my pet. Alright. Okay. So the third is called inflectional. It's what makes cases. It's what you use to mark different casing. Now, I've already written those down in my sheet. For instance, a prush, like I've said. Prush can have different stuff added to it to make it masculine or feminine, which prush just means child. But if you add mav to it, prushmav, it comes out as masculine, prushmav. It means the boy. And I'm going to do something similar for females. Probably prushkot, prujvat, something like that. So prushmav is going to be male, and then prushvot, it could be female. Something like that. And then if you add a ka to the end of that, prujmavka means the boy. Prujmavka. Here comes the prujma. Yeah, the prush mav. Mav isn't actually a word. In their language, mav doesn't really mean anything. But mav is an attachment that they use to the word to make a boy, pretty much. Maybe it could just be ma, prujma, prujmaka, like this. Prujma, and then ka. Prujmaka. So ma doesn't mean anything, but it does dictate that prush is male. This now means boy instead of child. And I'm going to do the same thing with ladies. And I might do prushto instead. Prushto. Because remember, I want these to mostly be consonant vowel so that I can have little symbols that recognizes that. So you can have a consonant and then a vowel on top every time. I think that'd be really fun. So prushto and prujma are masculine and feminine. Prushto will be feminine, prujma will be masculine. And I believe prujni could be male time. Oh my god, that was fast as hell. God damn. Hey guys, I got a new snack. It's Mentos. Ooh, your bead came in. Oh, it's pretty. So pretty. It is very heavy looking. You're right. Here comes the boy. But yeah, I want to set it up like this. And these don't mean anything. Ni, ma, and po, whatever. Not in this context, it doesn't mean anything. But for this context, it's just a derivational morpheme. So that's what that is. It's our derivational, or our inflectional. Sorry, derivational is something we'll cover later. Cat, you are not new. Cat, oh, Leon. Leon said I can't believe Cat's new. Oh, have loose string. I'm gonna have the string falling out of. Oh my god, this is when I forgot the word for square. There we go, falling out of the. What's this thing called? This four-corner bit. Come on. Geometry class, don't fail me now. Square! That's what these are called. They're called square. I hate myself. I fucking hate that I forgot what a square was. Hi, Cat. I forgot what a square was. I'm an artist, can you tell? Anyway, hello. This four-cornered little bit here. This fucking thing with the 4 lines. What is it? But hi, Cat. I am Desmond Dracula, a vampire bat butler, also known as a battler. I go by he, him pronouns, and I like to draw as well as world build on Wednesdays. I also play a variety of games, from RPGs to roguelikes. You're being a brat. Thank you for the lurk, Captain. This four-corner bit. Lurk! Screaming it. I'm lurking now! Goodbye! Anyway. We also have functional morphemes, which are words that can be determiners or pronouns, such as he, she, they, that, what. These are functionals. They aren't technically a noun or lexical thing, but they're there to add modifiers to the words or the language. Some is also one of these, because you can say somewhat, and that's putting 2 functionals together. It's very interesting. And I have something here called clitical. And now I feel silly. Thank you for the snack, Cat. Whoa! Dang! My boy! Welcome in, Raiders! Danny Boy Raid, yeah! It's my child, my wolf son. I get to raid you. You do get to raid me. You were up, bitch. You were up early. Look at this cute boy. Everybody, look at my wolf son.
Always. Oh.
Aww. Aww, it's a little owl. But hello, welcome in, Raiders. For those of you who do not know me, I am Desmond Dracula, a vampire bat butler, also known as a battler. I go by he, him pronouns, and I like to draw as well as world build on Wednesdays. Guess what day it is? Guess what we're doing? I also play a variety of games from RPGs to roguelike. Uh-oh, internet? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, internet. Oh yeah, I know you were struggling with that earlier. Your internet was being rude. Yeah, welcome in, everybody. Have a nice sit. Enjoy your tea and your coffee. And whatever desserts you decide to order. I'm eating a popsicle because Kat told me to get a snack. And today we are actually working on a conlang, a constructed language. We are making our own language from scratch. And I'm going over a template that I made for myself like a year and a half ago. And I've been using it. Okay. Okay, you good, Dan? You good, my homie? I think I'm good. Okay, he's good. We're good, everybody. But yeah, I made this template, and now I'm sharing it with everyone, and I'm going over each of the aspects and what each piece means, and what to do in said template. And currently, we are word building, not world building. We are word building. And so far, I have just a bunch of little words written down to help with this. But yeah, we have, the final morpheme is clitical, which is a, like I said, funny word. But I need to be a professional. I need to be a professional about this. And that's usually when you take a concept or another morpheme and you kind of hybridize it a bit with multiple things at the same time. Like, if I want to say a king's ransom, you'll say king's. It's apostrophe S. That is a morpheme that tells you that it's that king's thing. Or king's crown. This is the king's crown. That is a morpheme that lets you know that the king possesses that. It's a possessive morpheme. It marks the possessive case. But if I want to say the king and queen's crown, if I say the king's and queen's crown, it sounds a little weird, doesn't it? But if you say king and queen's, we imply that there's two crowns and they belong to the king and the queen. And this is a hybrid situation. This is called a clitical morpheme, where you add it to one noun or one piece of a word, but it's implied that it's added to multiple things as well. I want to say, let's say there's one giant bed that my three animals, my cat and my dog and my lizard all sleep in. And I want to say, though, that's my pet's beds. I would say, that's my cat, dog, and lizard's bed. It would imply that the cat and the dog sleep there too, even though there isn't an apostrophe S on them. I am sorry your brain hurts, Dan. Dude! I want to do In Space with Markiplier Part 2 soon. I'm so fucking ready. It's out, and I want to do it soon. Me and Leon are gonna have a ball doing it. But yeah, that's what clitical means. You're implying that there is more than one noun having this case change, even though only one word is actually having it affected, such as king and queens. So after that, we can worry about other stuff. I'm not going to worry too much about morphemes yet, aside from what I already have, which is my gender casing and, well, mostly just my casing, really, which I already have written down. It's over here. I also have, see, here's my morphology, as I have written down right here. So, all this funny, heavy little stuff. What is all this? What is agglutinative? What is isolating? So, whenever I was writing this down the first time, I explained it, but I can go over it again. The words are actually pretty self-explanatory once you understand them. These are the types of morphology that I want in my language. So, of course, morphology just means it changes, it morphs my words. Just like how prush morphs into prushma, which means boy from child. And that is a situation of something called agglutinative morphology. Agglutinative, or glute, you take one word or a piece of a word and you glue it onto another one. So that's what agglutinative means. You glue two words together. And morphology is, you change it. So you glue something together to change it. So prush to prujma, you glue ma to proof, or to prush, and it morphs it to mean boy instead of child. So, agglutinative morphology. Isolating is also something that I want to do, which is having to do with isolating the words specifically. Chinese does this. They don't really change their words in order to change the meaning. They just add a new one. So it's isolating. The words are mostly isolated. So if they want to say, I have tea, they'll say, I have tea. If they want to say, I had tea, and make it past tense, they will use the words, I have tea, but then they'll add a past tense word in there, kind of like saying, I did have tea. It kind of sounds past tense for us, but for them, it's directly past tense. We do it too, but only in future tense. We say, I have tea, or I will have tea. We add an extra word in there that's isolated from everything else. Get him sleepy from storytelling. I'm not storytelling, I'm just lecturing. Everybody. Sorry. Oh, my popsicle's melting. Let me eat this real quick. Ow. Yummy. But yeah. So that's the two main ways I want to change my words to mean stuff. Flops on a small pillow. No. I don't want to do anything where I have to change stuff. I don't want to have to go in and change, like, prush into, like, pruk. I don't want to change the SH sound to a K in order to say that it's now a male. It's not something I want to work with. Especially with the way the language writes. That would not work out very well. So that's what I'm going to stick with. Now, here you can see that the suffixes are going to be heavy, which means I'm going to have a lot of words going at the end of it. Kind of like kindness. Ness is a suffix. It's something you attach to the end. Prefixes are what you attach to the front of a word, like return. Re is a prefix. You click it on the front. I'm not going to have a whole lot of those. I'm going to be suffix heavy. We're going to have a lot of nesses and ables here. And occasionally I'm going to have a duplifix. Duplifix, or duplicate adfix, means I'm going to duplicate it. If I want to say someone's running, I say the word run. But if I want to say they're running really fast, maybe, I could say they're running. We kind of do that in English too. We say, we emphasize and we repeat a verb if we want to, like, emphasize it a bit. Like, I know you like him, but do you like him? That is a duplifix. You're duplicating it to kind of emphasize your shit. So they're going to do that as well. They're going to duplicate their words to put an emphasis on it or to change the meaning up a little bit. I think that's really fun. And then, of course, my M, F, and E over here are my three genders that I'm going to be working with. Because their culture has three genders, mostly, it's a triad, or a trinary. not a binary. They have masculine, feminine, and humoline. Their language reflects that. I don't know how heavily it's going to go into that. I know that if they have masculine or feminine nouns, then the adjectives are going to follow that, just like Spanish. Kind of like when I said the girls. Let's say I'm talking about red girls. I say chica roja. Rojo is the Spanish word for red, but I change it to roja because chica is feminine. So I make the roja feminine as well. I'm probably going to do something like that here, because it's always pretty. It's always very fun for me. So I'm going to have to figure all that out. And here you can see I have written down all of the different cases that show up. This is a little bit outdated because I've changed some stuff, but we'll figure all that out when I get there. So let's pull up my list first. Let's scoot this out the way, and we're going to write all this down in my Google Doc. I'm going to squish this in a bit so you guys can still see it. Ah! I made it big. There we go. I'm going to close this out for a bit so that I can see it fully. And I can still read my stuff over here. Okay. So, I've shown you guys how morphology works, but now I'm going to take down how the morphology works in my language. So... Oh! You can see it down here, actually. Agglutinative languages... fusional. There's more than just being agglutinative and isolating. There is, which agglutinative, I just showed you guys. You attach something, because you glue it on. Fusional is when you change a letter or letters to a new letter to make the change. Like have to had. It lets you know that have is present and had is past. But screw that, I'm not doing that. You could have isolating, kind of like I have versus I will have. You add in words for changing. I am going to do that. And then you can have something called polysynthetic. It's when you can add multiple words together on top of each other to make a whole new fucking word that means something. And it's a little difficult to understand, especially as an English speaker, because we do not have this. This is not something we do. However, I do believe this is something that Hungarian could do in some capacity, as well as, I believe Algonquin does this. It's the Eskimo language, quote unquote, the Algonquin. English does not do it, so it's hard to give an example. But think of me wanting to say, she opened the door. I start with the word opened, and then I just start tacking on little words together that are technically suffixes and prefixes, and it just makes a word. So I say, she opened the door, but it's just one word. It's fucking crazy, but we don't do that. Sketchbook is the closest way to doing it. Kind of like book. You take two words together, sketchbook, it's now a new concept. That's the closest I can get to it. But I can't explain it further, because my English brain cannot handle it. Aww, Usagi slipping on small pillow. That's cute. But yeah, those are all of the ones, all of the ways you can change your language. I'm going to be working primarily with agglutinative and isolating. My brain cannot handle polysynthetic. I don't know why, I just cannot. So I'm not going to. And fusional, we have that in English, but it doesn't work with how I want my language to be. So we're going to remove these. Goodbye. And goodbye, polysynthetic. Fuck off. We don't need you. I'm gonna keep this here for now to act as a just a reference point, and we're gonna start writing all this down. So, my morphology, the language, is primarily agglutinative and isolating. Which means that it takes a lot of morphemes and just glues them on and adds extra words. It doesn't do a lot of shape-shifting here. You can sleep on my tail if you want. Oh, Himiko's tail is very comfy. It is very big and fluffy. That is true. But yeah, this is how we start to word build. So the language is primarily agglutinative and isolating, meaning, let's write all this down, meaning morphemes are attached to the words and new words are added into the sentence to change the semantic meaning. There we go. And I also want it to be suffix heavy. Suffixes are primarily... Suffixes are the most common morphemes added to words with occasional, with sometimes, let's do this, sometimes using suffixes, or no, not suffix, prefixes, and the occasional duplifix. There we go. So now we have all of that written down up here that you can see. Oh, thank you for the snacky. I'm gonna munch on what just came in. If I could open it. Give me a second. Sorry about the crumples. Would you like some crumpling ASMR? I don't know how well you guys can hear that, actually. Aha! Cinnamon. It's these little cinnamon manto candies. It's yummy. Let me open. Me want bite. Me want crunchy corntail delight. Oh, I popped my jaw. Yummy. Now my mouth is all cinnamon hot. Alrighty, so we have all that written down. I'm not gonna worry about all that stuff at the bottom yet. Nice. Thank you, Golden Tongue. So we're gonna worry about what I have just written down. I have an itch. Alright, we're good. So I'm going to cover casing and all that here soon, which is technically all just down here. So let's read this. So, more morphology. There are 4 types of morphemes. We know what morphemes I'm using, so we can erase all this. Let's see. The morphemes, let's write down what morphemes are going to primarily make up this thing. So we're going to have lexical morphemes, derivational morphemes, or no, inflectional, as well as functional. There we go. So that means we're going to have a lot of words that are just regular-ass words that you can connect together, such as, like I said, sketch and book becomes sketchbook. So that is a lexical morpheme. Derivational morphemes, I don't really see my language using that often. But I will figure it out. They may use it once in a while, but not a whole lot. Yes, I am eating another Mento. You cannot stop me. However, they will be using a lot of inflectional ones. They will also be using some functional. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to get rid of these to show that these are the ones I'm using. I'm going to leave this here for now, just in case I want to use it. I might actually just write it in anyway. Maybe there... Oh, I pushed the wrong button. Whoopsie. So, let's say there will be... There will be the occasional derivational morpheme. I'll occasionally be able to say reboot and kindness, but for the most part, I don't think they're going to have them a whole lot. Can morphemes be prefixes, infixes, suffixes, duplifixes, or similfixes? Now, we've already covered all these. We know what prefixes and suffixes are. However, oh, Dan! Fine! Wah. I'll do squeets! Whatever. I'm almost done anyway. I just want to cover morphemes. Kibby! Hello, Kibby. Alright, also I turned the air on because it's hot as fuck. Alright. 1. Eek. 2. Eek. 3. Eek. 4. Eek. 5. Eek. 6. Eek. Oh, 7. Eek. 8. Eek. 9. Eek. 10. I like how my model just fucking hides. Peekaboo! I'll fight you, Dan. I'll fight you. I know where you live. I know where you sleep. I will fight you. Alright. Back to morphemes. So, yeah, we covered what prefixes are. They're the things in the front. Like reboot. The re is a prefix. We know what suffixes are. Kindness, the ness is at the end, suffix. What's an infix, though? We can figure it out, though, if we look at the word in. It is in the middle of a word. English that I know of does not do this. However, once in a while, slang does this. Anyone know who Snoop Dogg is? Snoop Dogg uses infixes! I know that sounds stupid, but listen. He comes up with the isl, a suffix that he adds to his words that he changes his stuff with. He actually invented an infix. He uses the word house and he changes it to his house. He adds isl in between house. That's technically an infix. It works. So that's the best way I can describe that, because like I said, I don't know if English has naturally occurring infixes, but it's pretty close. And then duplifixes, we know what that is. Duplifixes are the ones that repeat themselves once or twice in order to get a point across. Like, do you like him or do you like him? Did you fail or did you fail? Like, we like to duplicate a word in order to emphasize it. Now, similfix. This is something that we don't see a lot of, but it's not really in English either. It's okay, it kind of is, but it's hard to figure out a lot. Like a similfix is pretty much an irregularity. It's when you take stuff and it changes in a stupid way. Like, you know how mouse becomes mice? That's technically a similfix, because the word is pretty much changing completely in order to get a new meaning. Foot becomes feet, tooth becomes teeth. It's real funky. And English does this, but it's really fucking weird. And we can't even explain why we do it half the time. In fact, that's why people make jokes and make grammar tee-hees about it. But that's what a symbol fix is. I'm not doing that at all. Symbol fixes are dumb. We're not working with those. I'm only working with suffixes heavily, prefixes, kind of, and duplifixes occasionally. Infixes and symbol fixes can eat my ass, so we're going to ignore that. We're going to delete that. Get out of here. So, is the language agglutinative? Yes. Is it isolating? Yes. How many of this does the language do? These two. How do these affixes shift nouns, verbs, and adjectives into categories? Now, remember when I said dodge is a verb, but dodgeable is an adjective? Morphemes can shift your nouns and verbs into adjectives, verbs, and nouns. It can help them do these little loop-de-loops and go, hey, it's now a verb, it's now a noun. And that's just how it works sometimes. Now, I'm not sure if I want to do this. I might do this to some degree. And here you can see I actually have examples. Yes, I'm eating another Mento. Golden redeemed little snack, but I never dictated how much of a little snack I'm allowed to eat. I'll stop for now, though, so I can finish this up. Because we're almost ready to go. But, there... you can see that I have examples of this. Improve is a verb, but if you add meant to it, improvement, you turn it into a noun. If you have work as a noun, and you say worker, it's still a noun, but now it sounds for like a person. You're a worker. It's not work. You're working. You're a person who works. A worker. Able is an adverb because it adds to a verb, as the word insinuates. But if I have unable, I'm unable, it's a negative adverb. That is also a noun that gets shifted, or a verb, an adverb that gets shifted into another meaning. Cecil, what you messing with? You can have plastic! Stop it! Bip. You wanted this. You take it. You take it from him. Cecil is trying to eat plastic. Little brat. Alright, so what about other verbs? You can change verbs to mean something else for another verb. Pay versus prepay. That's a verb variant. We can add these suffixes to make the verb sound like something different. Cecil, please stop it. You cannot have that. There's nothing over there for you. But, this is how we can shift stuff. So, I'm going to make a little note right here. Expand on morphemes and how they can change nouns, verbs, and adjectives into different words, such as improve verb into improvement noun. Okay, so come on me. There we go. So that's gonna be my note, because I don't know if I want to do that yet. But there's nothing wrong with at least taking notes on it and remembering it for later. Oh. There we go. Just spacing it out correctly. Okay. So, derivations. This is kind of what I was covering earlier. Morphemes will change it, or change words into another kind of word. But we can cover all of that tomorrow. Whoa! I got spooked. Oh. or rather, I can cover all of this at a later date when this is, I guess, more appropriate, because I still need to make the simple cases for my stuff, which is down here. We can start making nouns, and we can start making casing, and we can make gender and plurality for my nouns. So we're going to work on that next week. We're going to work on nouns. And then once I finish all of that, we can hop over here and see if we need to edit anything. But for now, I'm going to call it like it is. Done on this end. So, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today and listening to me go stupid with my language stuff. I hope you guys learned something, and I hope I helped. At least when it comes to starting your own language, such as coming up with sounds, coming up with the writing system, what kind of writing systems you can use, stuff like that. So let's see, who are we gonna drop in on today? Cause I'm not gonna hold any bars. I'm just gonna plop in on a friend. It was fun to learn. I'm glad you learned. I'm glad you learned something. At least I hope you learned something. Cause that means I was teaching correctly, I hope. May as well have an eek for the road. Do you want to eek for the road? There you go. There's a little eek for you. So, let's go drop in on a little friend here. I have a couple of people in mind, but I don't want to spam people. I haven't rated her in so long. Ooh. What? Oh, I'm glad you think it's cute. So let's go raid a fun little friend. I hardly ever get to raid her, because I never see her on, and it makes me so sad. But let's go raid Kana. Kana Komori. She is a fellow bat. She's a very good bean, and I hardly ever get to raid her. She's playing Dark Cloud right now. And it looks like a Final Fantasy game, but I don't think it's Final Fantasy. It looks really fun though. But let's go drop in on her. So for those of you who do not have my emotes, that is okay. You can copy that and let Kana know that it is a little bat raid coming in. By bat rave. And if you do have my emotes, you can copy this and let Kana know that it is tea time. But yeah, thank you guys for dropping in, and thank you guys who came in and followed me. No, my emotes. And also to Ryza and Thundercloud and Dan for raiding, little sweetheart. But I will see you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be another chill day. I'm trying to beat Power Wash Sim, as stupid as that sounds. I want to get to the end. I want to see what's over there. And I'm just having a fun time just power washing stuff. But I will see you guys then, bright and early, for 10 o'clock. Bye-bye.